Truly crazy, crazy talk that we are about to go live on time. Let the whole 20 seconds catch up, and then we will be. Hey, everybody! Welcome to this week's episode of The Vice, and I need to turn off my audio or else it's going to double broadcast. Let the whole 20 seconds catch. Pro streamer. Okay, now, I was trying to figure out who had what where, and was watching the VOD this morning. So I know, right, Skagith, live and on time. How did that happen? How did that possibly happen? Mind blown, right? So let's just start off and do a quick round the world with our players to introduce themselves and who they're playing, and then I'm going to do a quick recap, and we will get right into playing. So let's... I'm just going to start and go around the clock here. Bird vs. Plane, tell us about yourself.
Sure, I am Bird vs. Plane on Twitch and on Twitter. I am playing Iskatol, who is a half-elf bard who is normally pretty happy-go-lucky, obsessed with capturing the world and its beauty. And she found some amazing songs that kind of sent her to a really weird, dark place. And I'm super excited to see where that goes. And moving along.
Awesome. Templar.
Unmuted. I am playing hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard, who is excitable and wants to know everything and is kind of a nice guy. But mostly he's excitable and wants to know everything and see the world and go on an adventure.
Awesome. We're going to skip over Luck and jump right over to Luna. Alicia?
Hey, my Twitter handle is NNG98. I play Luna, our Genasi monk, who is very slow and quiet.
Let's go to Tree Hugging Druid. Jeanette?
I play Celia Rolorin. She's a sassy rogue.
Very good. And then Danny.
I'm Tunarth in chat. I'm playing Kel, the Wood Elf Druid, who has been on his own in the wilderness for quite a while and is finding himself having to adapt to being around a whole lot more people than he's been used to being around.
So I've got to ask you something, Danny. Do you have something to share today or maybe later?
Huh? What do you mean?
Do you have something to share? Come on. You've been commissioning something. Do you have something to share?
Oh, no, because it's not done yet.
Oh, okay. I thought what you had shown was...
No, that's not the finished product.
Oh, really?
But there's something
Good
to
Lord,
say
that's
about
not finished?
Just some final touches, some little tweaks that he's doing.
Awesome. Okay, can't
next
wait.
Week.
Next week we will have fun things to share. So we will jump back to Good Guy when he arrives back. But until then, let's just jump right into our story. So our group of adventurers have been together, for only 4 days now. They had quite an adventure where they all met up and tackled the Vault of the Pious Paladin, where they learned little bits and pieces about each other. But for the most part, we're just sort of a happy-go-lucky crew, all headed south down the road to a place called Sojourn's Crossing. Over that trip, they bumped into a couple caravans. This most recent one was Liam Issel's caravan, which they happened to be traveling with, when one of the wagons was caught in a outlaw trap, basically on the road, and were ambushed by a group of bandits that operate along these caravan routes called the Dragonflight Syndicate. This happened to be the one of the cells known as the Green Dragonflight Syndicate. After a very tough battle and getting help from two of the guards who had been left behind to help guard the wagon as well, they were able to defeat the onslaught at the road, but then quickly realized when they were joined by a rogue, our player Celia, there at the battle, that there was probably more of these bandits close by hiding out in a lair, because that was how they operate. decided to go and take on that cell's lair. Went and battled them. Had a really a battle that turned many times on many natural ones, and also some natural 20s, for them and against them, until finally they did come out victorious, at which time they discovered that their new companion, this rogue, one of her main interests in this group and going after the lair was, in fact, to fake her own death by using one of the bodies of one of the leaders, and in order for her to escape from the guild, the Assassin's Guild that she had been a part of. After collecting some treasure, they headed back to the road and rejoined the caravan at a fairly well-known caravan campsite known as Morgan's Creek. After spending the night there, many of them were able to discover some new skills from this sort of peaceful rest, and also experiment with some magical items that they had discovered amongst the treasure. There are some great highlights from last session going into those, specifically around our good friend Iska. Two of our players were missing last week, though, so we're sort of doing a jump cut backwards to the night before, even though we've already lived through the night with 4 of our players. We really didn't get a chance to experience it with all of our players. Hey, Sprocketeer! And so where we're going to jump in is basically as evening is settling. They arrived at this camp at Morgan's Creek with Liam Issel's caravan, basically truly circled the wagons for the night, guards placed around a very secure location where all of the caravan members sort of let their hair down, while Luck and their new friend, a dwarf named Tohir, experimented with exotic spices and rabbits and ham bones, etc. Basically, we're going to turn now to Celia, who wandered her way over to the Jamar Dickens tavern cart. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Celia. Tell us a little bit about your evening over there, and then feel free to go ahead and take us through your night and the following morning with your level up story.
All right. So while she was hanging out with everybody and getting to know people, I imagine that she would have tried to look at that obsidian shard a little bit.
Yep. So, so this shard, it actually has been shaped into a medallion. It's in your handouts. You can take a look. It basically is a 9-sided shape that sort of carved into it is this green dragon, which seems to be the symbol of the Green Dragon Flight Syndicate. It was worn on their leader by the name of Vertex, who you assassinated. And the interesting part about that is, and you compared it before leaving your obsidian dagger from your order behind on the body, it is of pretty much the exact same right size that one could have crafted this medallion from one of your obsidian daggers, basically by cutting off the tip and cutting off the back half of it. You could have sliced it out and, in fact, turned it into this medallion.
All right. Great. And for her level up. So Celia only really needs 4 hours of meditation.
Correct. As an elf, yes.
So she would have spent her 4 hours awake while nobody else was kind of awake. Like practicing with her dagger and like getting better with it. And she would find herself being much better with her dagger, and she can now kill people easier with assassinate.
Cool. So I will say that from what you learned in your sneak attack against Vertex, having pretty much truly assassinated her by surprising her from behind, certainly the lessons learned like that, you realize the ease at which you can hit vital organs when someone is not paying any attention. One of the other things, just as you're doing this, you decide to work on some of your dagger throws as well. It seems to be, you're working on all of your skills. So with that, I need you to roll 3 thrown dagger attack rolls. And I think it would just be, normal attack rolls. Yeah. You do great with them. They go flying through the air, hitting their mark nearly every time, and you are confident in your skills of both close quarter melee assassination and working on potentially your thrown assassination attempts as well. So we'll say that led you into the early hours of the morning. The only real question I need to ask, because certainly the song would have echoed across the whole campsite the next morning, did you hear Iska's music? Were you around, or were you separate from the camp working on your training when that happened, do you think?
She was probably around. She probably would have heard it.
Okay. So we'll just say that, again, where you had set up camp, probably closer to sort of the meditating over by the tavern cart and sort of where people are around. That's probably you're most comfortable because in crowded places it's least likely to be attacked, such that type of thing. That you did hear this the next morning and are down near the tavern cart after her final performance of and performing the opera for everybody. With that, we will move on to Kel. You finished... Well, we talked about this a little bit, so we'll say that you did follow Luna, and stood apart from her, giving her space. But then if you'll continue on with the rest of your evening and into the morning.
So yes, after the combat and the events of the day, and the fact that she was injured, even though she was healed by the splorch, I just wanted to make sure that she was okay. So I followed her at a distance until she got herself settled in for the evening. Made sure that she was going to be safe. And then went to go away from the camp to get back, into more wilderness, because even though we're in wilderness, and this is like civilization kind of invading wilderness, and it just doesn't entirely make me all that happy, but I recognize that it's a temporary thing, but just want to get away from the people and the settledness of it.
Mm-hmm.
To look for a place to meditate. So my favorite place is like the spring that we found. That was, Kel always looks for places like that, particularly springs, because of the totality of nature that those little spots represent, with the life, the fish living in the spring, the plant life, the earth, the water, the sky, everything, plants and trees, and it's just like kind of a little mini microcosm of the totality of nature.
Gotcha.
And so go looking for a place like that.
Okay. So Luna had headed somewhat downstream to go and be by herself, and after you see that she's settled for the evening, we'll say you continue to move further downstream, and I'd say probably after about maybe a half mile, you can hear sort of the sound of a small waterfall, not a huge crashing waterfall, but just a 6-8 foot tall waterfall type area. As you investigate closer, you sort of see how basically a large piece of rock, as this creek has eroded its way through the countryside, has become exposed and is sort of overhanging the banks. And you climb down and can see that actually it is undercut underneath of the rock itself and has sort of made an alcove sort of deep inside of there, almost completely sealed off on one side by this sheet of water. And then inside of it, ceiling, floor would be rock, but then on the other three sides are sort of the dirt that's still being held in place by some of the tree roots and everything like that. And you find that area, and of course, there's a pool, not a huge pool like the spring that we had before that was 20 and 30 feet deep. This is probably 4 feet deep, just as the water cascades, has sort of eroded out down to the rocky creek bed.
Well, that's perfect. It doesn't need to be, obviously what we found before was, exceptional, but this is ideal for my wanting to meditate and, always seeking to deepen my connection with nature and the natural world and the powers that, and energy that lives within everything around us all the time. So I'll settle in for my meditation for the night. And I guess as, my level up, I'm always remembering, since my mother was my teacher, as a druid herself, all of the exercises and mental imagery and working to extend my senses out as far as I can go, as deep as I can go, connecting myself to everything, to the power of nature. And as I'm doing this, and it's only happened so far one time before, and it's been a while, but I remember the feeling, and I suddenly feel myself somehow pass through some kind of barrier that I hadn't really felt was there, and only recognized that the barrier is gone once was there and is gone once I've passed it. And suddenly I'm able to understand much more about the world around me, about the animals and the trees, the wind and the water and the earth and everything in and around it. And suddenly I see all these new possibilities and ways that I can use the energy of nature to help myself and my new friends, both to help us and to hinder our enemies, and even, protect even better the natural world that I love.
Perfect. So as all of this comes sort of pouring into you, and it's as towards the end of your trance, your sort of inner eye opens, and you can picture yourself, sitting within this alcove, in your deep contemplation, feeling the power of nature extended out further than you have felt it before. And as your trance eyes open, you're able to see this magic almost coalescing around you. The deep brown earthen magic starts to swirl and drift up around you. The water magic from the falls begins to sort of cascade in and flow over top of you. The roots and the trees and the nature, this deep green sort of ribbon begins to twine its way up and around your body, surrounding it. And even the creatures within the dirt and the soil around you, that spark and fire of life, not quite as strong as the others, but still there in a orange ribbon of new magic. And it begins to twine itself around you and wrap your whole being, this sort of spiritual astral being of your trance state, in this new magic. And as you're there, you do notice, even though most all of it is flowing into you, there is a current that is drawing it out through the veil of the waterfall. So you stand and you start to walk that way, walk towards the waterfall. And it's almost as if that water is now frozen into a glassy sheet. And as you step through it, you can feel that plane of water pass, across your face first and then bisecting your body. And then you are completely outside of that plane and outside of that almost womb-like place that you were in. Your hair whips forward. Your air is sucked out of your lungs. And the magic that was surrounding you is ripped away and sucked away from you. I need you to roll a perception check. I'm sorry, no, I need you to throw a wisdom saving throw. With advantage, because it's a level up. 24. You know in this moment, this is a vision. This is something you've done before. And as in many lucid dreams, you have an instant to gain some understanding. You may ask one simple question of me. If it is too complex, this vision will dissolve, of what you are seeing. One simple question only.
About what I am seeing.
About what you're seeing and experiencing.
Right at this moment.
Right at this moment, as this is all being whipped away from you.
No pressure. Okay. Is what is happening to me right now coming from nature?
Yes. You wake up and you're sitting as you were, cross-legged from your trance and communing, having achieved your level up and with your new magics, but with this knowledge.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Since again you only have 4 hours of trance, then this probably took a little bit longer. It's the very early hours of the morning. What are your plans for the rest of the morning?
So what I will do is I will go forage.
Okay.
For myself, plus any extra that I can potentially find to bring back to my companions, as I've been doing. And then I will head back to where Luna is and wait for her to...
I'll say at this point, because she gets up very early and she's probably doing her morning meditations, exercises, and her level up is probably occurring right about now. So when she was practicing and learning how to control water even more and some of her shadow key items. So you see her awake and seemingly in a normal, her normal to your eye morning routine.
Okay. I'll watch her for a bit because I like watching her movements and the way she, just her whole monk thing is kind of cool. But once I see that, she's just in her zone doing her thing, she's okay. I will start heading back to where the rest of my group is on the edge of the caravan.
So walking up around the outside of the caravan, you
and I am going to circle around. I'm not going to go through.
Yeah, I figured as much, knowing Cal. So circling around, you're coming up sort of from behind where you had seen that Iska and Axel had hung the hammock and made their camp. You hear the last strains. Actually, you heard the opera while you were walking and were certainly touched by it and maybe quickened your step a little bit to go and get a better listen of it. You're still probably about, I'll say, 60 to 80 feet away as she comes to her last note. And you see her say her speech about her name is Iskatal. And from your viewpoint and with your tattoos and your coloration, you are all but invisible looking in from the woods. You see her step behind the tree and you're almost, if she looked up, she would almost be facing you. And you see her sit down with the most amazing view of joy on her face. Pull out the invitation, clutch it and smile to herself, and then go into this rictus, this silent, screaming rictus. Her head throws back. At first, you don't even know what you're seeing. You're like, did she bump her head somehow? She was so excited. She threw her head back and bumped her head. But then you see the look on her face, this look of abject despair. Axel, who was closer, runs over. Luck, who was closer, runs over as well and is trying to comfort her. You see her give a hug to Axel, to Luck, as Axel ran off and ran back to get her notebook. And we are going to step in pretty much right there.
I'm just going to stay back. I don't want to interfere necessarily because obviously there's something emotional happening and I don't want to crowd her or anybody else, they're with her. I trust them. I will let them do their thing and wait to see further developments.
Okay. So, Axel, Iska, Luck, you are right there where you were, leaning against the tree, and where's your headspace right now?
Well, it was where Axel sort of left off last time. He had sort of he's very, very concerned about her. He doesn't, he doesn't understand sort of. Well, he kind of understands the overwhelming, the premonition sort of aspect of it. He doesn't know what happened to her though, and he's not used to something that has such a visceral reaction. So he's just mostly being, write it down, think it out, get it out of your head, get it on the paper. It's easier, it helps. And he's a little confused, he's a little panicky. He gives her a hug, as she sort of calms down, a reassuring hug. But and he's more, he's concerned for her mental space. He's clearly, afraid. Did she actually say something about seeing people laughing at her at any point?
In her haste to try to explain the situation, she did briefly mention the concept of
suddenly Pandas is now following. Look at that. We got a superstar in the house.
All right, everyone play good, okay?
Yeah, play good. Play good for Panda.
In her haste to say all those things, you definitely caught up, let's say little phrases like they're all laughing. Phrases like the hounds are coming, and is it worth it if one of us dies? So to take it for a second, she'll gladly reciprocate that hug and kind of pull back. And I actually took some damage last time that was pretty hefty for my character. That was a third of my health taken off by this vision hitting me. Mm-hmm. So Iska is in a physically drained state, I would say. And she'll kind of slump back against the tree for a moment to catch her breath. And with her hand kind of shaking a little bit, she'll go to find her tea kettle. As the kettle tea has always been the coping mechanism for the migraine she gets from being overly excited about things and thinking too critically about things. And she'll grab the kettle, and you can kind of hear it ting, ting, ting back and forth as it's rattling in her hand. And she'll look to Axel and say, do you mind if I borrow that boiling stone? I can make tea for everyone.
Oh, yeah, I'll find it. And he doesn't know. They left it somewhere.
It's at the hammock. It's sitting there with your stuff. You wouldn't have lost it.
Yeah, he probably buried under his stuff somewhere. I can't remember. But he sort of grabs it, juggles it as he actually, he's going to grab a water skin as well and bring that with him as well, and run back to her. And which one do you want? With the stone and the a little panicky. Which one?
She'll take the water from your hand first. Again, quite trembling, spilling a little bit of the water. Gets the kettle set up, takes the boiling stone from you.
Okay, guys, letting you know I've lost you, but keep talking. Okay, the stream has lost you as well. Stand by. Uh, son of a gun. It was bound to happen because we were early. Let's see. Yeah, I've lost everything. I'm gonna have to restart Zoom, guys. I will be right back. And let me see if I can just leave. And I'm gonna assign one of you guys the as the host. Stand by, guys. Sorry, everyone.
I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I have you guys
It's one
back.
of the silent movies. That don't-
Oh, you can hear us again?
Okay, I can
what
hear you
about silent
again.
movies
The
without-
stream
Okay,
can hear you again,
yeah.
apparently.
A quick question, Jay, is
Oh my
is-
god,
are
that's
those,
chaos.
does like little banner button work for donations?
It should, is it not?
Okay. Well, because I did, but I didn't I'm not watching the stream, but I didn't hear anything pop up.
No, it didn't come through.
Okay.
Did it like ask for your PayPal and everything?
Yes, it did.
He's pocketing that money. You know.
Yeah,
he is.
usually,
Yeah.
usually it's like after you donate, it says, "Thank you for donating. He has received a donation."
Yeah. I've had it before when I've donated and it has been delayed on the stream, so...
Okay.
Well, yeah. I haven't
Well,
actually
the
donated
stream
to
is
Will's channel
usually
yet.
a few seconds.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that didn't come through by now.
Nice. It was a.
Okay, so
at this
anyway,
point.
I dropped off. I don't know when the stream dropped off. I dropped off when you came over with the stone. So if you can at least bring me up to speed, and then hopefully I'll catch everyone up on the stream as well. Apparently there was something funny because y'all laughed.
We were laughing at you.
That probably
Yeah.
too, pro streamer. But no, that's weird. I'm not seeing it come through. Let me just double check all of my settings. Stand by, folks. Yeah, no, it's all connected.
I'm going to sit by. Thank you very much.
Yes. I'll keep watching and also check your PayPal to make sure if you get charged for it and it doesn't come through, because I didn't see anything come through on my PayPal either. Even if it didn't come through on I'll log into my PayPal, not broadcasting it to the entire world. That would not be good.
Almost
Anyway, so back to, there it is. No, Fiddly Bizzle just did $10. We're all good to go. So his
Fiddle.
just came through. Hey, Fiddle.
Yeah,
Fiddle
no,
Bizzle. You can look down in the doobly-doo, and if you want to go shopping for what you would like to have your $10 go through, just let me know, and we will be happy to do that. Also, let me know how long ago you actually did the that donation, because maybe they're just coming through delayed or something.
Because I made it. Wait, what time I made the donation?
Yeah.
At this point, it was at least 5 minutes ago, maybe bordering on 8.
Oh, wow.
It's still okay on my end. It still says pending, but I'm not sure why.
Oh, is it one of the things where I have to accept it?
Maybe.
Pending. What does it say? Yeah,
'Cause
I'm
'cause I
showing
clicked
it.
on
It's just that it's still showing as pending, and I don't know why it's showing as pending in mine as well.
I don't know.
But wow, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want to use it for anything special?
Yeah, I did specify them the message that didn't show up on the stream. So I was going to give everybody one last round of charity-specific items. So.
Wow! So everyone gets a Kryptonian. Everyone gets a Kryptonian jewel. So yeah, so wow! Thank you very much, Alicia, for a most generous donation.
For charity, yo, that's awesome. Thank you.
I will try to figure out if it's something in my email or something like that I need to do for it to show up, so that you get proper credit on the stream and all that good stuff.
Did we talk about the charity at the stream or no? I don't remember.
Oh, it's because it's an e-check.
It's what?
That's what it says. It's in my email. It says that it is an e-check.
I don't know why it's an e-check. I hit the button. I don't know.
Weird. Yeah, no, so that's what it, for some reason is. But I can add it in, and then I'll just add it in manually.
Okay.
And no, we did not mention the charity yet.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I haven't. So while we actually get since we interrupted the story in a huge way already, I'll go ahead and keep on interrupting it. So we do run the channel 100% for charity. This month it is for the Dana and Christopher Reeves Foundation for Spinal Cord Research and Rehabilitation. You can donate down below in the doobly-doo, and there is a shopping list for your donations if you give them, how they can affect the game. So please feel free to click that button. If I can figure out, I need to go look at their site. If there's a way for me to donate without it showing either my credit card number or my password, I will actually do the donation tomorrow live on Dungeons and Coffees, so everyone can be a part of that money going to charity. But I kind of need to check it out first, so it's not like I'm going to be, streaming my credit card number or my PayPal password or something like that to the whole world, because I figure that would be bad. So let me see if I can just do this one. There we go. Luna donated $60. You rock. So thank you so much. And that is... You rock, and everyone gets you don't just get a rock, you get a Kryptonian crystal. So take those and
crystal gems.
There we go. Look at that. We're approaching $400 going to the Dana and Christopher Reeves Foundation. So hopefully my stream will stay up. I will remain a pro streamer. Things won't go insane. And let's get back to the story. Iska would like to make some tea. This is basically, we've been waiting for the kettle to boil. It takes a little bit of time. And so, Iska, back to you.
Sure. I was just explaining before we lost you that Iska is sitting down waiting for that tea to boil, and with a more calm and collected hand trying to sketch out her visions so everyone has an idea of what she saw.
Okay.
And I described the hounds and them being at the Pious Paladin. I explained the concept of them killing something and it rising up again. This room full of people in fancy, flourishy clothes laughing, and an overwhelming concept of dread that someone I know is going to die. And when I finish one of my pieces, I will pass them to either Axel or to Luck, depending on who is closest. I'll just kind of toss it aside so they have a better idea of what I saw.
Gotcha.
While this is going on, can I get any sense from where I am that Iska's actually been physically injured?
I'd say there is. It's interesting. There is. You go over, and as you approach, you realize, and the only reason why Axel and Luck didn't realize is because you're sort of approaching from the side. She's actually bleeding out through her ears.
Okay, so I'll just move up beside her and put my hand on her shoulder and cast Cure Wounds.
She jumps. by the way. She was not expecting a hand on her shoulder, so she kind of is startled at first, but then that soothing sensation would happen.
So, if you look, as Iska passes around her vision journal, you see fancy people in clothes, sort of pointing and laughing. Just it's sort of that one's a general sketch. She has described how she feels about that someone's going to die, but in far too realistic detail. If you look in your handouts, she has sketched the hound that she saw after it had risen again.
Iska gets 9 points back.
Thank you. And maybe that's the one that she's finishing when Kel touches her, and she gets startled for a second, but then she turns to Kel and shows him the sketch and kind of directs it towards Luck as well. Axel gets a quick glance and asks, "Do you know what this is? Kel, is this from nature?"
Is it something I recognize?
Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit. It's what I suspected, but I had to ask. Do I get any sense of connection with the vision, the earlier vision that I had? The apocalyptic vision that I saw that I didn't tell anybody about?
You do not.
Okay. I will say to Iska, this is nothing I have ever seen before in nature.
If I can I look? I'll see if maybe I know. Because it sounds really like magical, and he sounds quite uncomfortable about that part. But it sounds magical. Maybe I can take a look.
You're welcome to take a look.
Yeah.
You've never seen anything like this. Not at all.
Yeah.
I will ask Iska, where did you see this? Did you?
It was. I saw Barrios hounds, and they were the Pious Paladin that we just came from there, and then they killed that Squirch, and then it came up like this, and it's not what it was now. Now it's this, and I don't know. And Axel, is that now? Is that did it happen already? Is it happening now? Does it happen later? How does this work? How do you see these things?
It could be now. It could be later. It could be back then. I don't know. You're not me, so I see what comes. I'm seeing like the future, and then the future happens, and then and then things like that. I don't know. Maybe it's happening. Maybe it's never going to happen. Maybe it could happen. You're different. You're you. I don't know. He's sort of feeding off the panic a little bit, and he's a little agitated.
Iska, visions can have many sources. This much I know. I don't know what the source of yours was, but I had one too. Not long after I had met you all and we were traveling on the road. It was an apocalyptic vision, a vision of the end of the world. Obviously it wasn't happening because the world is still here and we're in it. It may be something that could come to be or will come to be. I don't know. But you are not alone in having a vision. I think we need to think on what we have seen, perhaps take them as caution or a warning, and be alert and vigilant to what comes next. And then I just stop talking.
Yeah, your tea is ready. The water's come to a boil. You pour it out and gather your thoughts. You sort of take stock of your surroundings, I think almost to make sure you know that you're here. And you sort of take a quick inventory of where you are and who is around you. You look to your immediate left and you can see, Tohir's wagon where you ate, rabbit and rabbit curry last night with all of his, chickens and other little livestock in it. You then see Naomi's wagon, the wagon you helped save, with its big label on the side, curiosities and possibilities from around the world, in big garish letters. You see Knack, who was up with the dawn and seems to be working on armor and other repairs for his blacksmithing cart. You see someone who you've sort of overlooked before, but has been traveling with you in his crazy blue painted cart. From the just from having walked along, it is Dashiell Brassington, because of course it's written on the side, who had tried to call you all over to look at his wares earlier when you first came upon this caravan, but was never quite able to get your attention. And then of course he was a drunken mess at the tavern last night. Probably one of the loudest people bumping around there. Seems to be nursing a hangover this morning. You see, actually over by Knack's little forge, you can see in this area of sort of cleared, dry, dirt and rocky area where certainly no flames could catch. You actually see where a young gnome, young gnome, I mean, who's to say how old gnomes are? They never show their age. Is over there and made his little kiln and seems to be working on some of the glassworks. This was the glasswork wagon that you saw as Axel and Luck raced up the whole caravan on their race. Again, his wagon is there with all of the sparkling different pieces of glass for display. And then your good friend B is there, seems to still be trying to get her inventory in order after Iska and Axel's visit. She has a huge smile on her face. You can tell as she goes through each one of her art items that she has a personal connection and probably a story behind each and every one of them. And then all the way almost right up to you on the other side, opposite of Tohir's, is Stroth, the adventuring paladin, in his scroll cart, which is nearby. All of them doing their morning chores as Liam had come by. Oh, and Liam's wagon is straight across pretty much from everyone. His, just general goods and services, doesn't have, all the basics, all the necessities. Liam's sort of a salt of the earth guy. And as Liam had alluded, this is a time for everyone to sort of air out their wagons, get everything repacked, wash clothes, do all the sort of things that, certainly a fresh creek and clear water would be able to provide you. And so that's what's happening around all of you.
Okay, so Luck is going to sort of, he's sort of he's probably drinking tea with Iska. He's like, he's got a bit of a concerned look on it, but it's like mainly big smile, putting on the brave face. It may seem bad now, but everything will work out. I cannot comfort you with words of wisdom or a story of how I came to a situation like this before. I can tell you, I'll be here for you, no matter what it is. And And I believe that I don't believe none of us will die. We're a strong, hardy lot. All of us with our special, unique abilities and unique looks, and everyone here has got a real soul to them. Real soul of justice. In fairness, each in their own way, but justice nevertheless. Why not take our minds off this darker period and have a look round? We never really did get round to all the caravans, now did we?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I was also going to be like, Axel, you care to join us for a walk around?
Oh yeah. I think maybe there's some things I could buy some things, and then he looks doubtful and looks at his like money. It's like I could buy some things. Yeah.
It wouldn't harm. It wouldn't be a harm to look.
Yes. We need another book. Another book, because you have visions, and I have visions, and we can write them all in one place, and then we can all look at it, and that would be good, because then we know for sure what we're saying, and we don't have to worry so much, and it's all there, and we can we're all together, we're friends here, yeah.
So Luna, have you rejoined the party at this point? Where you're still downstream of the caravan, outside of the circle, correct? Of the caravan, not too far. I mean, in visual range, or just around the river bend.
No, she's in visual range, so she's kind of observing what's happening, but she has not approached at all, even when Kel went over.
Okay. Kel, what is your intention? Are you going to join them walking around the different wagons, or do you have other plans?
I am going to stand up without a word and surprisingly walk into the circle of the caravans. Is there any caravan that I can spot that is obviously selling books or would have that sort of thing?
Empty books, journals. Your best bet is going to be with Liam. As far as books of lore or books, library books, would probably be more along for something that B or potentially Naomi might have. But
would Kel know this distinction?
Well, I guess that's the question. Is when you heard what Axel said, do you think he was talking about books? I mean, he said things to write in. So I think, right. Yeah, I mean, I think that you would understand that you're looking for blank sheets of paper.
Yes. Okay.
You would understand that that's something that's more of a general goods, general store type item, not that you're looking for stories and lore and fairy tales.
Okay, so he's just I'm going to walk straight there.
And
I'm going to go.
Okay, I'm just going to check with Celia, and then we'll probably catch up with you. And Wills! Again, with the incredible Sunday host, 19 streamers. Thank you. You guys rock. Glad to see you every Sunday. Every Sunday morning, y'all have been great. So hello to all the wafflers, and nice to see you again. Celia, what are you up to this morning?
I am probably keeping watch around the caravan, making sure that nobody from the other syndicates will show up, because that green dragon did fly out of that cave. We don't know exactly where it went. It could have went and got help, something like that. So I'm probably around scouting, making sure nobody's coming around.
Okay, so we'll actually say this is pulled off a little bit off the road. You've probably headed back out. I mean, with the idea that someone might be coming from the road, basically just doing a wider perimeter and using all of your good tracking skills, you have been watching these guys for a month or two, kind of know how they do their plans. Do me a favor, do a perception check for me. Just we'll see how this goes for you.
11.
11. Okay. You are on your route, keeping an eye out for what's going on. Iska, Axel, Luck, surprisingly, you see Kel stand up. Y'all are still sort of chatting and having the last of your tea, and I've talked about how you're going to go take a walkabout and look at the wagons. Shockingly, as you all are still sort of discussing and making plans of where to go to first and do I have enough money, you see Kel, for the first time, really, stand up and march straight into the caravan and towards Liam's, which literally has him walking straight through the middle of this entire circle of caravan and 45 caravan members, the wives, husbands, children, other people who are just the walkers, who are, tag along on caravans. And he gets a few looks as he marches through, but, people, know that folks join in with caravans, and y'all had walked with this caravan for certainly a couple of hours. And they saw Liam greet you all when you arrived last night, so they know that you're welcome. But, Kel, let's follow you as you go over to talk to Liam. You actually know Liam. He gave you 2 gold last night for your services helping to protect Naomi's wagon. So you go up and approach his wagon.
Does he have any wares out on display, or is this something where I need to ask for what I'm looking for?
There's some bigger items. This is think of almost like a general store. The front porch items are basically sort of on the outside of the wagon. So you see lamps. He's got a whole assortment of 2 or 3 lamps are hanging up. Some blankets and bedrolls. Like I say, very like think of an old country store. Things that would be the front porch items are sort of on the outside of the wagon. Things that might be more delicate, certainly paper, stuff like that, would probably be on the inside of the wagon in a more protected type place. I do need you to roll me a D20 so we can see what he has and what he doesn't have. A 14. Okay. So that locks in what he has, and feel free to talk to your buddy Liam.
I'm looking for books to write in. Do you have any?
Well, you're straight to the point. I do think I've got some paper. It's not very well bound. I picked up a couple sheaves of paper back... golly, it must have been all the way back in Anvil Forge. But I do have some, yes. How much are you looking for?
How much have you got, and how much are you charging?
I basically charge a copper a sheet, and I think I've probably got 100 sheets left.
Are they just loose, or are they bound in any way?
Right now, I basically just have them loose, but they do come with a leather cover that you can, with a long thong on it, so you basically can wrap it all up tight. So the piece of leather is big enough that it will protect all the sheets inside, but inside the sheets are loose.
Perfect. How much?
As I said, so for the whole 100, that would be a gold piece. Is that right? Yes, that would be 1 gold.
And how much for the case and the leather?
Oh, that's all together. You get the piece. I know that paper without any way to carry it doesn't do anyone much good. It becomes mush. So yes, it's a 1 gold for the whole thing.
Okay, I hand over a gold. I'll take it. Thank you.
So yep, please mark that down. And very good.
I will actually make a slight adjustment. Luna, when she had to get closer to the caravans, when she was following Iska with her branch and everything, did any of the caravans have just clothing at all?
Yes, actually, you do see. Liam's caravan away. You actually can see that he has, you know,
Because she's more looking for like cloak type things, like covering.
So yeah,
type
I
of-
mean, so as far as a cloak, yes, absolutely. It's not, he's not a tailor,
Right.
but he does have the basic, basic traveling necessities. So if people, truly, he knows that they're going from warm climate to cold climate and back and forth. So he's the sweatshirt vendor. When you go to the theme park and you have to buy a sweatshirt because you weren't thinking how cold it was going to get at night. Yeah, so. With blankets and other stuff, you actually have seen, that, again, it's not necessarily a front porch item, but it's pretty obvious that he might have such things.
Okay, in that case, she would also approach that caravan.
So we're going to say that basically about the same time that you see Kel talking to Liam, you start, you walk up. So you see Kel standing there, and obviously making a transaction with Liam.
Okay. She'll kind of tilt her head at it, but just wait patiently while they finish their transaction.
They seem to be just wrapping up. He's
Okay.
handing him a gold and got this. What you just see, it looks like kind of a leather-bound brick.
All right, and then she'll kind of say in Liam's direction, "Do you have cloaks here?"
Yes, actually, I have quite a few. Any special type or color, or how can I help you? And he looks back to Kelly and goes, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Did you have anything else you needed, sir?"
Not immediately, no. But how much are your cloaks?
For my basic type of cloak, waterproof, will keep you warm. No real ornamentation, just a hood and a way to keep it fastened closed. Those run right at 1 gold and 50 silver.
What about something a little more elaborate?
I really don't have much more elaborate than that. You need to find a tailor.
Okay.
You often can find them on the roads. They, they do make good trade up and down the roads. But on this round, I don't have one in the caravan with us.
I turn to Luna and say, I have little need for gold. Let me do this for you. And I turn to Liam and hand him 2 gold and say, please give her the best cloak that you have for this price that will suit her needs. Thank you. And then I turn and walk away.
Cool. Liam goes in and goes, well, come take a look, Dia. Let's see what you like. And he brings out one. There's one that is brown. I mean, just sort of a basic brown. I mean, it's the color of tree bark. I mean, it's pretty much a just basic brown. He does have another one, and again, these are all pretty much heavy felt cloaks. There's not like one that's silk and that there's one that's something else. I mean, they're pretty much rough spun type stuff. He has one that's been dyed blue, but it's not like a bright blue. It's a if you took a off-white piece of fabric, it's all, I don't want to say it's navy. It's not like peacoat blue. It's a little bit lighter than that, but maybe like brand new, indigo, new jeans kind of blue type idea. Just a little bit of blue in it. He does have a green one as well. Nothing in any bright colors. These are natural, I don't want to say cheap inks, but inexpensive natural inks that can be made from natural sources. Kind of what you would find in a today's world, sort of someone who is doing all organic dyes and organic clothes. Nothing's been bleached out beforehand so that you can have a nice white base to get a bright color. It's all just sort of rough spun and boil dyed. Any specific one that you would like? They are all pretty much identical other than that.
Like if there's like a darker brown one, that's what she would prefer.
So yeah, the brown one is a dark brown. I mean, it is. It's dirt brown.
Perfect. Because she basically wants one that it is the least inconspicuous color possible. And if brown works,
it would be the brown.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
She will select that one.
Okay. So he does that and goes, "You're all paid for. He gave me a little extra. Is there anything else you might need?" Within reason, of course.
Not that she's not listening. This is mostly like the book, and is Liam's kind of a catch-all, or?
Liam's is general goods. I mean, think of ye old general store. Completely meta. It's where the majority of stuff in the general equipment stuff falls that wouldn't fall into someone else's. So, mess kits, pots, rations, basic rope. Like he has basic rope. Other people would have silken rope, things like that, torches. It's that type of, adventurers are us.
Gotcha. She will, okay, so do you have flasks?
Let me check.
There are
no,
two flasks we have.
I don't have flasks, but you're in luck. And he points over across the way to Adris's cart, the glassblower's cart, and goes, Adris has any type of flask you could possibly need. Specialty flasks, normal flasks, big, small.
Sorry, I said flask. I meant to say water skin. That's what she
water skin. Yes, he does have water skins.
Sorry. I said the wrong word down there.
Yeah. No, water skins. Oh, for sure. Yeah, and he just hands you one for what with what Kel had already paid.
Okay.
He goes.
If that settles it, then fine.
That would settle. That would settle.
So.
We're all settled then. Have a good day and be safe out there.
So not and walk away.
Okay. So at this point, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, in the meantime, I am walking back to Askel and Ixa. No,
I do it all the time.
Askel and Iska and Luck. Are they still?
We'll say they are just sort of getting themselves stood up. We'll say Iska actually leaves the boiling rock in the kettle, so Axel might have noticed that he has a little burnt spot on one of his on one of the things inside of his bag from it being in his stuff. It's something you probably don't want to keep around fabric or certainly around any of your good paper. So keeping it in the tea kettle, which is metal, is probably not a bad idea. You see them. They've just sort of now seem to be mobilizing, and between the three of them and chatting and sort of Axel getting distracted, Iska getting distracted, Luck telling a story, they're just now getting ready to go as you walk back over.
I will walk up to who would be closest to me of
pick
Axel or Iska.
You can
Axel.
pick or yeah.
Axel. I'll walk up to Axel and hold out this leather-bound sheaf of paper and say, "Here, you write. She writes. I do not. Write for all of us." I hand it to him.
You don't know how to write, or you don't want to write? Because writing's really good. It's good. It's helpful that you can read things.
Nodding furiously.
I do write. I just feel that there are others that are better suited to the task.
But you saw your vision. I didn't see it. She didn't see it. You saw what you saw, and you need to write down what you see, because if you don't write down what you see, everything goes wrong and people don't understand, and then it's really
this is the part where you slowly back away.
And he's like, wait. Okay, yeah. You tell me. I'll write, and then I give it to you, and you can write.
Later on, we can do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm still standing there holding it out.
And he's like, he goes to take it, and maybe keep it because, or you keep it because I might not want. Yeah, I might write in it, and when I shouldn't, and yeah, I don't want to do that because it's meant to be ours and not mine, and you know. So maybe you or Iska could keep it, or maybe Luck, because I mean, yeah.
I'll turn to Iska and offer it wordlessly.
Iska will snag it and put it in her pack, but she'll like nudge Axel and be like, "It's right here. Whenever, just grab it. It's fine."
But it's just, yeah.
As soon as Iska takes it from me, I turn into a scroll and run away into the forest.
Woo! And
Too much, Axel.
Kel out. Dink. Mic drop.
That alone raises Iska's spirits up. That's like the most distracting thing to do, as she like points and like follows you along like the ground into the tree line and everything, trying to like see exactly where you went. There it is.
There's the squirrel. So Iska, Axel, Luck, you've got it's time to go. Do you have a shopping expedition?
Or shopping.
Whatever, yeah.
Shopping. Now,
Kel is a buyer, not a shopper.
Exactly.
So, do you need a reminder of what? I mean, are you just going to make the loop?
let's see. We've spent a nice majority of time with our friend the dwarf, Keith. What's his name now in my head?
Yeah, Tohir.
There we go. I think I would look at the guy I kind of ignored earlier. Like, it's like, you know what? Looking back on it, that was very rude of me. I should probably, give him a visit. Like, probably ran past him completely, like, did not acknowledge his words.
Well, yeah, I would say that, as you go by, I mean, he just sort of, he sort of waves to you. I mean, I don't think that, he was certainly not put off by you passing by. You're talking about Tohir, right?
No, I'm talking about the blue cart.
Got you, yes.
Guy. Yeah.
So are you all heading straight to Dashiell Brassington's cart?
Yeah, it's good. It's just going to follow Luck's lead here. She's a little bit distracted and is kind of looking for that distraction, so she is just going to compel herself to go forward here and try to see what she sees.
Axel, you good with that? The only thing that you'd be passing by Naomi's cart, but other than that, he would be pretty. Naomi, you sure walk past Naomi's cart, walk past Nak. He is busily at work over his forge, and then you come up on Dashiell, who, as you walk up, his basically kind of has his head like this, but. He looks up and he sort of sees that you're actually walking with purpose toward him, and he's like, Lord, give me strength. Okay. Hello! Hi! How are you guys today?
What?
Saw you all passed by earlier, but now you finally have come to see the exquisite, the wonderful things that all adventurers need right here by Dashiell Brassington. How can I help you today?
Just kind of window shopping, I'll be honest.
Well, anything that you might need in the form of elixirs or potions or whatever it might be, I have it for you. Now, I don't have all that, fuddy-duddy old stuff that you're going to find at your normal alchemist. No. I've got the good stuff. Home-brewed specialty recipes right here. Quick-acting, whatever adventurers need, and without all that high cost of production that you find with all those normal alchemists out there.
Comparing sales, I've got to say. What you got?
Well, I have a wonderful right here. It's a potion of climbing. Will let you be able to climb most any hill, any mountain, wherever you might want to go. It is wondrous for what it will be able to do. Never slip, never fall, just right up. You would think that you are a billy goat. This one here. Now this is interesting, friends. This is interesting. This one allows you to take any creature that you want, and you will become your friend instantly, just like that. Any animal, anywhere. Your best friend for life. I have this quick-acting, wonderfully handy potions of healing right here. Super quick-acting formula. Invisibility. Do you want to be invisible? Do you want to spy on your friends? Do you want to hear what the gossip's all about? Do you want to peek in those windows? I've got it right here. This is a potion of invisibility. And then speed. Who doesn't want to be faster? Who doesn't want to beat their way to whoever they're trying to race? I saw you two
between luck and
I saw
accident
you
at this
two
moment.
running in here. I saw you. You know, a little bit of an edge right here. A little bit of an edge. And then he looks right at Luck and he goes, "We all know what the ravages of Kime can do, my friend. It can be tough. It can be tough to accept. But right here, a potion of vigor will make you feel like you're young again. Just like you were a kid. Also..."
I find it quite insulting, actually. I feel like I'm a very vigorous man still.
Of course you are. Always full of vigor, but who doesn't need a little bit of extra now and then? You know, when you're out there fighting, you know, who knows? You don't want to be the first one to get knocked out, right? You want to be there in the fight to the end. This is what this one will do for you. My favorite of all favorites. This is my own special concoction. I call it Crimson Cow. Give you more energy than you could possibly imagine. Right here, the Crimson Cow. You ever see a beast fight? Out there, you know, just strength beyond strength. Bestial might can be yours with just a swig of this little one right here. Now this one, my Tabaxi friend. I've heard about what you did out there with your magic. This little blue pill is the blue pill of potency. It'll make all your spells stronger than you've ever could imagine. Some magic mushroom juice, which is just fun for fun's sake. And that's what I have on me today. Of course, I could always make a specialty concoction if you have something specific that you might need me to mix up for you. Now, I say, these don't have the burdensome costs of all of the main alchemists, but these are not cheap, my friends. You're going to have to pay good money for these unique and wonderful potions that I have for you. Elixirs of all kinds.
How much to turn invisible? How much to disappear? How much to just vanish?
Oh, this is a powerful one, my friend. You know, with great power like this, you have to be a responsible person, someone who I'm willing to give you this amount of power to. You know, the only real way I can judge someone is by the amount of gold that they are willing to part with in order to partake of this specific potion. This one right here is 350 gold.
It's an interesting life philosophy, and I wish you well with it. But I will unfortunately have to back away from this at this juncture. Sorry.
Your loss. So sorry.
Not
Anyone
really.
else?
You lost out on a sale.
There'll be other sales out there.
Will there? As you look,
We're heading to Sojourn's Landing.
I hope you do better.
Sojourn's Crossing! He doesn't even know where he's going.
Oh!
Wherever
that's the
Sojourn's
name!
Landing is, I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's near Sojourn's Crossing.
That's
I'm
the
sure it will
name!
be.
I remember the name! It's Sojourn's Crossing! That's where I was going! I remember the name now!
Thank you, good guy. But yeah, he gives you a look up and down and goes, girl, you know you can't afford this, and I know you can't afford this. My other things, we could make a deal with, but you're never going to get close to approaching my potion of invisibility.
Okay. And she shrugs.
Okay.
My potions bring all the customers to the yard.
Axel's actually kind of, he for this whole thing, he's like really interested, and then he, every single time a new one is brought up, he's interested, and then sort of you see him drop. He looks over at the scroll cart, and then he looks back, and you just, he's disappointed the whole time when he hears all these great ideas, and then when that happens, he's like, he actually like sort of frowns a little bit, his tail flicks a little bit, and sort of, backs off. Yes.
I got 25 gold. And
I have some options in that price range. Crimson Cow, of course. That's one of that's my own concoction. It's still getting a bit of a reputation out there. Only 10 gold pieces for that. My potion here, Bestial Might, is only 25. I also have my potions of healing. My fast action potions of healing are only 30 if you're able to pool some money together. And then magic mushroom juice, of course, is only 5 because it's for fun. Open your mind to whole new experiences with my magic mushroom juice.
I was ready to walk away, but now, when I heard the phrase "open your mind," I'm still interested in this. 5 gold pieces, you said?
5 gold pieces, yes.
And she throws 5 gold pieces his way, and extends her hands.
And he hands you over. It will open you to whole new experiences, new perspectives on the world.
I'll find out. That's fine. As she uncorks it and sniffs it, and is just fascinated by this now.
You're gonna be in for one wild ride.
So
anyone else? Anyone wants to step up and share in the adventure and fun?
This crimson thing, it sounds interesting.
Ah, yes. This is it is like I say, my own concoction. It has a way of giving you energy that you never thought you had before. Nothing quite like my potion of vigor, but for a short term, it certainly will give you a whole new little pep in your step.
Sounds wonderful. Wonderful, I say. Absolutely. Why not? 25. What's the point again?
It's 15 gold pieces.
15. So it's like, hold on. I remember this one. 15.
So he hands you the potion of Crimson Cow. Please do mark down for your gold on your sheets.
Yep. So hold on. Making maths in my head quickly. There we go. So is it a cow with a K or a cow with a C?
Cow with a C.
Okay. Could I slot that in? Would there be a slot on the magnificent belt of things?
Yes, you could put it into your potion belt, your quick draw potion belt, so you can do it as a bonus action.
Nice. It's like, I sort of open up the slot. I haven't been able to use this ever. I only use it to carry soup normally.
Cool.
Yeah. So we'll do. What else is no. So it's like, thank you very much. By the way, I've got this thing on my back. As I just point to this place of beast hide on my back. Like, do you know where I could trade this off?
You need he kind of looks at it and smells it and kind of goes, "Oh Lord, it's not been cured. You need a tanner for something like that. I don't have the ability to take care of that for you. I'm not sure if there's anyone in the caravan who would be able to want to take on that, especially with whether we'd find a tanner along the road. But good luck with that, friend."
Okay. Just wondering. I should go clean it now, actually.
That will take. I mean, that takes time, dude. That's not a couple hours thing.
I took just. It needs cleaning though. It's very clean.
You can certainly do some things to help preserve it. In fact, there might be some items around the wagons that might help you to preserve it a little bit. Maybe over at Liam's. Yeah, I mean, since we've talked about this before, and since you've done skinning and that sort of stuff, that since you can't tan it, you could certainly maybe at Liam's. In fact, where you would go to a general goods store to find salt, which is a good way to help cure it, even though you can't necessarily tan it. So that's knowledge that Luck would have to know that that's kind of where he might need to go take care of stuff.
Yeah.
The rest of you guys, next steps. What are y'all up to?
So sort of, he kind of eventually loses interest, and he's like, Iska, do you want to come? Because there's something I want to buy, and you know kettles, so maybe you can help me look for pots, so so you can have a pot for some noodles.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. As she corks the mushroom juice that she's just kind of been sniffing and trying.
It smells terrible, by the way. Which it is it's an odor like none you've ever smelled before, which probably is a good thing.
There's a wince and like tears coming down her face of terrible. There's also this large smile on her face as she's literally taking all of this in for good and for bad. But yeah, she nods vigorously. She's like, yeah, let's do it.
So so pots would be general goods. So would salt. So that sounds like it might be where you're headed. So over to Liam. My young adventurers. Hope you got a good night rest. How can I help you?
Oh yes, we did. Do you have a pots or bowls that we can put noodles in and heat up with a stone?
And we bought a stone and it heats up automatically. And now we need pots, like he said.
Yeah.
I've got a whole mess kit that you can get, which has a pot, actually several different types of pots that all stack together, make it for nice stacking and carrying. Or I have some larger pots that are for more household use, but I guess you could carry them around with you. So what exactly are you looking for?
Did Luck come with us?
Luck, you went because you need salt, right?
Yeah, Luck has come with you.
Say, Luck, you cook. So what would be best? And I don't want to make lots of clanking because that scares away birds and animals and things, and I want to see those. So
the traveling musket, it's easy to carry. It's not too cumbersome. You can just you can just put it on your back like this. Look, I've got two of them.
Yeah. Oh. How much is it?
Oh wow. Okay, Skaggs, the crazy man himself, thinks Iska needs something from Agatha's souvenir bin.
Hey.
And right behind it, Trolls Meat and donated rank 3 revelations advantage advantage to everyone. So everyone gets an advantage all the way around. And oh wow, so the dangers and wonderfulness of. I mean, this is can I tell you? It's like my own version of the deck of many things when we go into Agatha's souvenir kit. So I believe it is a D. It's 56, I believe. Give me 1 second. It is in fact a D. It is a D58. Ooh, high numbers are always interesting. Okay, let me take a look at that.
Oh dear. All of the story plot ends.
I think it's what I think it is. Whoa. Oh, it's not what I thought it was. Okay. So, Iska, mess kit. So you are shopping for a mess kit, yes? So, yeah, he shows you a mess kit and says, oh, here you are. This is just our standard mess kit, 2 silver, if you'd like to have it.
Yes, I'll have. Yeah, he
One
sort of
split?
looks at this kid, then
I have quite a few if you need more than one.
I'm gonna turn to Axel and ask, "Want to split it?" And we'll like put a silver forward.
Yeah, we could do that because we were going to split. Yeah, yes, let's do that. Yeah. And he sort of fishes out a silver piece.
Okay, so takes it and then gives you the mess kit, and
Just like the journal, we can share this. So if you want to go chase things, I'll hold it. And if I want to go chase things, you hold it. And if neither of us want to chase things, or if neither of us want to hold it, we'll just leave it somewhere and come back to it.
Yeah, that would be good. And yeah,
Plan.
yes, yeah, I like that. He sort of pulls it because he's got this really, this loose, rather tatty clothing that he's now been in several fights in, and basically all he does is, he washes it in the morning and then dries it and then puts it back on. So it's not in the best of conditions. So he's like, do you have something I could wear instead of like this, because it's probably damaged a bit as well.
he kind of looks and goes, "Oh, dear Lord, I was hoping you'd ask." That's seen better days, my friend. Out here on the road, especially when you're dealing with other folks, it's not that you have to dress a certain way, but it certainly can help on first impressions that you might not be sketchier. And he comes out and because we already rolled for it. He brings out a bright blue set of wizard robes that have literally, and he shows you, he goes, "I heard what you did about your magic." Word gets around the caravan a bit, and I think this is exactly what you're looking for. It is a bright blue wizard's robe, and he opens it up, and he shows you inside are at least probably 15 on each side little pockets that are all individual little pockets that all have button closures. So they all basically have a little flap on it and basically button down and secure themselves so that little things can be put in there so they won't clank together or anything along those lines.
How easy does it look to move in, though?
It's certainly as loose clothing as what you have on now, and with all the straps and ropes and different things that you have tied onto yourself, it actually probably is as easy, if not easier. It's not big flowy robes. It's a sheath, and the one thing you notice, and this is the pockets only go down probably around to waist or mid-thigh at most. Just because we haven't rolled many dice, roll me a investigation or perception or whichever you prefer. I don't care either one. 20 and stuff. You notice that, if you wanted to, because, with your current, you did personalized modifications to your current robes to make them fit that you wanted to, that it would be pretty easy basically for you to cut off the bottom below the thigh on this so that they wouldn't hang too low. So it basically would hang down about where a suit coat would hang, type ideas, or into your thumb so it wouldn't get down around your legs.
Okay. He's like, he sees this, he looks at it, he's like, yes, I really want this. Yes, can I have this? This is like, yes. Tail, ears and the tail flickering about his knees.
For you, my friend, for sure. It's only, actually, I'll even mark it down for you. 1 gold, 50 silver.
Yes. isn't that like 6 gold? Because
I'm sorry, 1 gold, 5 silver. Sorry.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. He sort of, fishes out. Yes.
Yeah, 50 copper, 5 silver. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. He fishes out and accidentally hands him some 7 silver instead of 5. It's just entirely accidental in his hurry. He gets too many coins.
Gotcha. And Liam hands 2 back to you and goes, "No, 1 gold, 5 silver." And did I overcharge someone else by doing the same thing earlier? Sorry. Yeah, I said 50 silver. Yeah, do my conversion right for me. It was meant to be a gold and a half. Whatever. Whoever. Oh, but you handed 2 gold, so it worked. Yeah, and you just handed 2 gold, so it was fine. Yeah. No. So I'm sorry for me calling maths. Anyway.
Yeah.
So So he hands you back the 2 silver, takes the 1 5, and gives you the robes.
Yes, thank you. He's he grins over at this kid. Look at this. He shows them all the pockets. It's I could put this in there and this in there and that and such, and
Very convenient.
We're gonna do this, and it's a little bit weird because I don't know exactly how to. Because I want to work this in, and I can't decide. Yeah, so you open it up, and in one of the pockets you see. Well, actually it can't be in a pocket. Never mind. I'll work it in elsewhere. Don't worry, it's coming, Trolls Meeting. Or whoever gave the item from Agatha's.
One of you.
Yes, it was either Troll or it was Skags. I think it was Skags. So don't worry, Skags, I'm getting there. Anything else you guys need from the general goods cart?
Salt. Salt is needed.
Salt. Oh yes. I have plenty. What do you need? 1 pound? 2 pounds?
I kind of just point to the hide on my back.
And he kind of looks at it and he goes, I'm not a tanner, but to cover that all and to keep it so it's not ripe, shall we say, as we're getting into springtime weather, I would go for at least 4 pounds, 5 to be safe, but that's just from knowing what I've seen others do. If you want to get that good and coated and make sure that it's not going to get damaged or rot or get maggots. Don't worry, salt's cheap. I've got plenty.
Good. Excellent.
So yeah, 5 silver, and I actually let's see what we can get for you. How are you gonna do this? He sort of brings out different sacks and this type of the other thing. He goes, "Well, it's not gonna be convenient to carry, is it? Here's what I would do." And he sort of looks at you. He sort of looks at the group and goes, "So are you gonna travel with us for a few days, or are you off on your own?"
Do you mind just, watching this while I go ask?
Sure, not a problem. We, as I told you, we'll probably be pulling out in about 2.5 hours, maybe 3. What I was saying is if, from what I've seen before, the best way to cure this up, I've got about a half-empty barrel here. We put it in the barrel, put in 5 pounds of salt with it, sort of let it mix overnight, and then it would probably be all set for you. The thing is, I don't think you want to be rolling a barrel down the road if you're going to be heading your own way, whereas we could carry it on one of the carts if you are. Now, that's just my thoughts. I'm certainly not a tanner, and I don't know what your plans for this are, but if you are heading a separate direction and can't take it with you and don't want it to go bad, we could talk. I could take it off your hands. I can't give you a premium for it because I'd have no idea when I'm going to be able to sell it off. I know there is certainly value to it, but uncured as it is, There's still quite a bit of work to be done before it can be turned into something usable, but you let me know. Tell you what, keep it with you, just in case, so I don't have a hold of this for you, because it is a valuable item. But, keep a hold of it until we get it all set. And the salt's here when you need it, when you decide on what your plans are.
Okay.
He gives you a good hearty shake. I mean, he's sort of a man of your own age, honest man, obviously honest man. Takes care of this caravan like it was his family. So,
Yeah. Oh, and I need a sewing kit. I got a bit of a cut in the old cloak, and really need to fix it up. It wouldn't be it's sheep coated. If I send a letter back to my village saying, I kind of ruined the sheep cloak you gave me, honey, she wouldn't be too happy.
Understand. Don't want to get in trouble with the wife. I don't have a sewing kit. I do have a little bit of thread, some just basic waxed thread, but I'm sure that if you head over to Knack, he always seems to have needles, because it's one of the things that everyone seems to be running out for, whether when they see a blacksmith cart, is needles.
I would happily take some thread.
Okay. Thread, a bobbin of thread is just 5 copper.
So after taking the thread, I will return to Knack later, but I do need to go around to. I actually do turn to Axel and Iska. And it's like, so would you want to move with the caravan, or do you want to go our own way?
We haven't seen Luna, or we haven't seen Celia in quite some time. We should go check on them, I think.
We should ask them. We'll get everyone together. You know what? Let's get everyone together. We'll make a decision then.
And Axel, you can show them your new cloak.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'd say as I
if you could put it on first, but I'll do that. Yeah.
So, you had seen, actually, Liam hears you all say this and say, well, your tattooed friend, well, he was here just a little bit ago, bought paper, a sheaf of paper, but it looks like you might already have that. Your friend Luna, I don't know which way you went. I'm sorry, I forget which way you went afterwards, Luna.
She probably went kind of back towards the river, but she is kind of keeping a general eye on the group. She's not probably as far away as she was before, but she is not in the circle of caravans.
Okay, so literally, I mean, you can sort of be on the outside of the circle, on the other side of his caravan, or if you hear them sort of talking, you're probably within hearing distance, yeah?
Sure, yeah. She's basically trying to keep an eye out to see when we're going to hit the road.
Right.
At this point,
so if you want to either wave them over to you or come in, that's fine.
I guess she just kind of slowly walk around the other side and just kind of wait, not say anything, wait for people to notice her.
Celia, if you'll do a perception check for me. We'll say that you see looks like there's sort of a huddle of the group sort of happening as you are going around the caravan. Do you come over and sort of see what they're talking about?
Yeah.
Kel, you're in squirrel form. Your call on how you want to handle it.
I just kind of, I'm not even near the camp at this point. I'm just kind of.
Okay, you're gone. You weren't just squirrel and hanging out.
I'm not miles away, but I'm not paying attention.
Okay, so
as a note, Luna is wearing the cloak at this point, hood up.
Okay, cool. Very good. So gangs together except for Kel. Let's hear what you guys are thinking.
I'm looking at Luna and going, did you buy a cloak too? Does it have pockets like his? Also, look at his cloak. It's yours is a little bit different. It's a little bit more muted, but I think it suits you so well. And now you could.
Yeah, hers is more of a heavy cloak. His is more of robes, but yeah.
Yeah, and Luna also has her like typical ball of water at this point, but it is larger than usual. Just, she feels like she needs a bigger bubble right now.
So in the middle of that, Iska will like stop and breathe for a second and say, "Hey, are you doing okay? You kind of left last night."
I am fine.
Do you want to talk at all, or are you okay?
No.
No, you don't want to talk, or no, you weren't fine?
I am fine.
Okay. You know, I thought of you earlier today. I found this place that sold a potion of invisibility, and I thought, well, Celia might need that, but then she can just kind of do that automatically. It seems like she just appears out of nowhere. But so I thought you could take it, and so if you didn't want to be seen, you could just drink that. But it was really expensive, and the guy who's selling it was kind of a jerk, and also didn't seem to know where he was going. So maybe in the future, but just something to think about next time we cross one of these people.
She just kind of stares at you.
And Iska stares back with like mouth agape, like, huh? Just
okay.
All right. And then she turns away.
Luck, yeah, I think you had a question for the group.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, we're missing someone. I don't, like, I'm checking for everyone's shoulders. Like, yes, we're definitely missing someone. I've got this.
Okay, that's unexpected.
I can't even.
Cool.
I can't even.
Got
nothing.
So yeah, Luna looks at you very strangely. To your shock, no squirrel comes immediately running out of the forest to come leap on your shoulder. Yeah. Anyway.
Plan B!
Luna at this point very quickly walks away to the forest to try and find Kel and away from the loud noise. Gone.
Oh, no, very important question.
Nope, gone.
Do I hear that loud yell?
Do a perception check.
With advantage?
With advantage.
Like a nat one is the only way you won't.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you hear it. Oh, there's no doubt that you hear it.
All right, I'll head back.
Yeah.
So about
if only to shut him up.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I figure is because he doesn't stop. This just, I mean, still again and again and again. You do see Luna just in this sort of, kind of shocked and awe state, but also like, dear God, where are you, Kel? Because we've got to shut this. We got to shut him up.
I run up to her and get her attention and do my usual kind of tilt the head, ask for permission.
She at this point that she actually this is a little rudely she'll like leaves the bubble to like kind of float above her head and grab you and start dashing back.
Grab me. I'm gonna squirm. It's like.
Well, by grab I mean she like scoops you up.
Scoops you up
you
to make it go
move,
faster. Yeah.
But
Okay.
that
All
way.
right. And I just jump onto her shoulder.
Yeah.
So you arrive back with Kel on your shoulder, and are just like, yeah, what do you do? You're back, you're like with Kel on your shoulder. And he is still
desperately pointing.
I turn to Luck and say, it worked.
Hey, see?
Celia is just like rubbing her forehead. Like, you want to die?
Yeah. Yes, because you're sitting there going, you realize that. Celia's.
For what it's worth, you see a squirrel on Luna's shoulder doing the same thing.
Yes, everyone is sort of face palming, and
I whip out my sketchbook as
Luna
I say,
has a face palming squirrel on her shoulder.
I whip out my sketchbook as I say, I've never seen a squirrel look disappointed before.
Axel's actually kind of just laughing and enjoying what's going on right now.
Oh yeah. I think you probably have a case of the giggles, somewhat. But wow, yeah. So anyway, yeah.
I'm going to shake my head a little bit and then just kind of sit back and wait.
So he has stopped yelling at this point, and woohoo! What is Luck? You're lucky Luna didn't shove that ball of water over your head, but that was what I was thinking was going to happen.
Now that you say it,
you're allowed to. You are allowed to. Because he is so concerned yelling, he doesn't see that you've returned with a squirrel on your shoulder. So you need to get his attention.
Okay, it's kind of just like a bucket of water being splashed. Like just kind of like this bubble of water just full force in your face.
Poof! Your head is now encapsulated in a bubble of water, and the yelling goes from Cal to.
And she'll pull it back before it's gonna drown you.
Yeah.
Here, please stop.
What? Now that everyone's here. Hold on.
And I think actually she might, very gently, indicate to Cal, try and scoop him up again. If he does, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, so just with your drying yourself off, that same best pair of pants that Faith had packed for you, that you had wrapped a ham bone in, you have now found that because it was on top of everything, and have yanked it out. Faith's nice pair of pants to give to her husband so he would have something nice to wear, once again has become just the closest thing to Luck, as he now is drying off of his fairly post battle. I mean, no one's really bathed at this point. They might cleaned up a little bit, but post battle, now wet head, and just then stuffs them back down into his pack.
Okay. But yeah, Luna's gonna attempt to get Kel to transfer to her hands again and hand over to Iska temporarily.
I'll jump over to Iska's shoulder,
and then
I'll look at Luck and imagine the chipmunk from Enchanted, but a squirrel. Kind of like.
And Luna is going to go back to the river and get more water to make it even bigger bubble.
She's had a stressful last 12 hours.
At what point she's just going to be encased in water going down the road. It's no, no one touch me. No,
she literally when she gets in her bubble, she literally gets in her bubble. So Luck, what are you up to? Actually, before you start, since it's right at 2:00, I am going to do the quick little pitch. Thank you, Gosh, for all of the big donations we've gotten today. We are now over $400 for us to donate to the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation for Spinal Cord Research and Rehabilitation. Tomorrow during the stream, if I can figure out a way how to do it, I will be donating, or I will donate prior to the stream and be posting up whatever confirmation that they send back. Something that doesn't give away my financial information to the world. But we do run this channel 100% for charity. If you do like what you're watching, please hit that follow button so you can catch all of our broadcasts. And like I say, if you do want to donate down in the doobly-doo, you can go shopping as well for different ways to influence our game. We actually have something that's about to come into the game that Skagith donated when it makes sense for it to arrive. It might take a little bit for it to arrive, but when it does, I will be sure to let Skagith know that is where it came from. And so with that, let's tune back into Luck, who has now successfully gathered the party together. Yes, this is the last stream to donate for this charity. For our next charity, we actually are going to be going to 826LA, which is one of the charities that our friends on Critical Role help to support. And actually, there will be a matching donation component to our donations for next month as well. So, guys, feel free to tune in as we start down the road for 826LA for next stream. And I've already come up, which I think is going to be a really cool idea for the specialty, the monthly specialty item. So anyway, on that note, moment of the game is donation. Cool. Yeah, no, absolutely. And since it's you, Skags, I figured you'd understand because it's not making a lot of sense to come in at this point, but it will. It absolutely will. And with that, Luck, you have the group assembled in front of you with a very surly, salty squirrel giving you the salty eye, giving you the side eye.
Well, now that everyone is here, wonderfully, very important question. Where do we want to go next? Because currently we have a few options. We could go on the road alone, go ahead of the caravan. We could go with the caravan to, enjoy the views, enjoy the scenery, and, just have a nice, easy ride there, really. Or we can just walk off in that direction and see what's there. I just point to like a random direction.
Celia, should we avoid somewhere for whoever's after you? Luna, should we avoid somewhere for whoever's after you?
Well, we got to stay together.
So my mouth was full of pizza to actually say something.
Yeah, Sylvia has food right now.
Obviously, Bird has been a waiter in the service industry sometime in his life too. At the perfect moment.
I wait for it.
Yeah, gotta wait till they have the absolutely fullest mouth of food.
How is everything? And I'll just stand here for 10 seconds.
Awkward.
Do I know any place that we should avoid?
As far as you know, the Green Dragonflight was operating along this stretch of road. You do know that the Dragonflight Syndicate does have multiple cells that work different areas of the Dragon Gust Plains and beyond in the Western Realm. But as far as this was the only cell of the Dragonflight Syndicate that you were able to identify, to find even a operating location for in your multiple months of sort of trying to track them down. Trolls, I'm going to answer this real quick. Basically, the caravan system in my game is almost there are a series of moving towns. So this caravan itself will be unique and will be traveling at its own rate along the roads. But there are other caravans heading both directions on this road and on other roads in around. Basically, it is my small town, mechanic for the party. Instead of it necessarily be a town, what they are able to encounter based off of a spreadsheet is different caravans along the road. So the whole caravan system is a persistent system and common theme on the western side of this continent, linking the big major cities of the western portion of the continent.
Okay. So just waiting for answers. I laid down the question.
So Celia says no, she doesn't know of a specific place that is any more dangerous than any other. I think at this point you probably do mention. Yeah, feel free to if you. Well, let me get you. I'll be the person who gets you while you're eating. I'll speak for you. She probably does mention to Kel that that you all saw that little green dragon get away, saying that he had marked you, and that your faces are known. So this group is a large, active group. So screaming at the top of your lungs for 10 minutes is probably not a great idea. She probably reminds you of such things, that being our stealthy one of that's probably not a great idea. But Luna, how would you like to answer that question?
I know exactly how I'm going to answer this question. There is nowhere I will be truly safe.
Okay. Iska will slowly just reach a hand in your direction. Doesn't actually make physical contact or anything, but offers it.
And she'll kind of gently grab your hand to both of hers and just set it back down.
Okay.
Both true and untrue at the same time.
Well,
Celia walks over to Luna, and she says, "As long as you're with me, you're safe."
Yes, we will take care of each other, and because if we go to the crossing place, because I want to go there, because there's also things we can find there and do there, and if we go there, then Iska knows more people, and so if then it would be somebody that she doesn't, that it will happen to somebody she knows but doesn't really know, and that will be, and then she's safe, and then we'll be safe. But if you don't want to go, then
I do not fear harm or death. It is just how it is.
Yeah, Axel mentioning that floods all those terrible thoughts back into Iska's mind, and she kind of deflates a little bit. And she reaches and grabs that invitation, and she'll say a little bit quietly, I do have this. I don't know where this is going to be, but someone in Sojourns might be able to tell us, and as long as we keep moving, maybe we'll be safe. So maybe we could just keep moving forward. If we stick together and we move, we should be fine.
Yes, okay. We can keep going. He sort of looks over to we can go on adventures, and then we can keep going. And yeah, I like that.
We can go on adventures. We can go on so many adventures, and as long as we're together, we're safe. We're an unstoppable force, a mountain that moves on its feet, or something like that. I'm working on that one. I promise you, when we charge into battle, they will know. They will know what we're like. They'll be dropping down their weapons before they even fight us.
I want to turn to the squirrel on my shoulder and say, Kel, I know that you find so much beauty in nature, and I do too. But it's kind of like your whole life. But if we make it closer to Sojourns, there may be someone there who can interpret these things that we see, including whatever nightmare you experienced, and maybe they can help us learn. Is that okay if we keep moving that way?
There's an obvious moment of just the squirrel is completely still, and then you hear in your ear just a little and a nod, and his tail sweeps around and just kind of brushes you on the nose.
I think we're good. I think he said the same thing that you said earlier, Luck. I still haven't learned exactly how the clicks work, but it has to have been close, so yeah. adventure. As she says that, she looks to Axel and to Luck. And then at everyone else.
And it's like, oh, we've got a... Celia, what's your final verdict on this?
Say that again?
What's your final verdict?
What's my final verdict? Well, it's probably not a good idea to follow the caravans, but I'm not the sole vote here, so all of us need to come to a decision.
But personally, I would like to stay with the caravan and talk more with them, and also there's other guards that people are quite capable of handling themselves. So if we were attacked, we could have allies with us. But if you're concerned about being attacked,
A character question. Are we faster at traveling? Say we were walking, would we not be slowed down? Would be faster than the caravan or not?
Believe it or not, actually, I did a lot of work on this, trying to do this, and I actually did lots of research on this. You actually are, and this is pure meta. You're about 2 miles per day faster on the caravan, and here's why. Basically, whenever you get tired or need to rest, you sort of hop and can sit on the back of a wagon and sort of recover. And also, meals, basically, can sit on a wagon, that sort of stuff. So you actually cover about 2 miles more per day on a wagon. They also, with the guards, will travel a little bit later into the night than you normally would. Liam and I, different caravans have different speeds. Liam runs a pretty efficient caravan. There are probably going to be, let's see, that you have traveled you've got about 8 more days of travel. I mean, you've done 2 days worth of walking pretty much towards Sojourn's Crossing. And this is just, earlier, Axel knew that he had about 10 days worth of rations. So assuming that the trip from Axel's, that Gorm got him situated out, it's about a 10-day trip. Luck, that was about, it's about 2 weeks from Elevation Pit to Sojourn's Crossing. You had traveled 3 days before you met up with the group. You've gone another 2 days. So about, again, you've got about 8 or 9 days left, depending on, if you on foot, you've got 8 or 9 days. And the caravan, every 5 days you basically gain a day. So you basically only have 7 or 8 days if you stayed with the caravan. Caravan is, they also will probably make at least one more stop like this where they'll be resting a half day for those type of things. So in the grand scheme of things, you're going to end up, I can work it out on the spreadsheet. You'll probably arrive about the same time. It's all about what the caravan offers is safety, probably is the biggest thing that a caravan's going to offer. But a caravan's not invulnerable. As you saw, they also are targeted. So, and are make for a move, as a target for other bandits and things like that, and easy to spot.
Well, just thinking out loud here, Celia, with your knowings of how to get around, of how to take care of people, of how to spot people, Kel, with your senses, Luck, with your ability to sense when something truly dreadful and evil is around, maybe we could travel with the caravan a little bit longer, and if if we ever want to depart, we easily can. We can keep our distance as well for Kel, for Luna, for everyone who doesn't want to be part of the noise and the loudness for some reason. But if we ever want to depart, we easily can. Right now, though, this seems to be the fastest way.
I will run back over, jump off of Iska's shoulder, and jump up on Luna's, and nod in her direction. Look at everybody else, but nod at her, and just trying to indicate I'm with her.
If we travel with the caravan and it is attacked again, we may be paid again for our services. If gold is a consideration, this would be the best option.
And when with the caravan, we can look at things and we can talk to people and we can find out all sorts, because the dwarf before, he told us stories, and maybe he could tell us more stories, and we could find out more. But we can all, I like walking. We can just go, we don't have to stay. We can walk off and we come back, and we can do that. Yeah, I like that. Yes.
So settled? Stay with the caravan for the time being?
Sounds like it.
Seems like it.
Okay.
I think so.
Wonderful. See? Well, I knew we'd come to a decision. Also, very sorry, Cal. I did notice you seemed you seemed like an angry squirrel, which is actually, it's like almost like one of the books I read to my children, The Angry Squirrel. It's got a nice ring to it, actually.
When you are being hunted, being loud is not advisable.
I was loud.
Yes, you were very, very loud. It was funny. You were very strange.
I'll take that. I apologize, and I'll try to be quieter. I think. Understood. I think.
So I'm going to totally take like a Numenera thing, and I'm totally jumping in. And I'll give you extra XP for this. Luck literally, after he says that, turns around and yells at the top of his lungs across the thing to Liam to say, "Get out the barrel! Get out the barrel! Here I come!"
Yes. It's just like, noted. Liam, the barrel! Let's go! And they just walk off.
Luna's just going to take, separate a part of her larger bubble and just bury her face in it for a couple of seconds. Under the cloak and everything, just...
I'll move aside so I don't get wet.
No, it's she makes it small enough for just her face, so the larger bubble is still there. She just shrunk part of it.
She's having a face max. She's having a spa day. Okay.
Back.
So Luck goes over and you give him your what did we say, 5 silver? A silver, or was it copper? A copper.
Oh.
Yeah, for the 5 pounds of salt. He has a barrel there. Liam's very glad that you all have decided to stay, knowing that you all did provide some extra security. In fact, because this isn't a specific task, he'll offer you guys each a silver a day if you will take watch and help to guard the wagons. Again, this isn't like for other specific tasks he might offer more, but seeing that you guys are capable travelers, that for per day it'd be a silver per day, and And he goes, and if you go the whole way with us, I'll give you each a gold. And let's, I'm voting if y'all are all close enough to hear that, our luck can pass that along to you later on. Yell across hey, he's going to pay us!
I think I've been told off 3 times now. I think I might have learned my lesson. Maybe.
Have you really?
Ilya's just like, if he gets me killed, I'm going to haunt him.
It's just kind of like what
happen.
Luna would never do it, but it's just kind of like maybe just suffocate him just a little bit, just a little, not drown him, just suffocate, just a tiny bit,
just a tiny bit,
a little bit.
Iska leans over to Axel and like whispers, "Can she really do that?"
I don't think so, but maybe we can find out.
I'll try to find out.
Yeah, maybe we can. I don't want her to die, so maybe we can find a way to make her come back, and then she can stay with us, and she can haunt him, and that would be really funny.
That would be.
As you guys, Luck is over working with Liam to get this displacer beast hide into this barrel of salt. He's basically you put again empty the barrel, put that in, put the salt in, cover it up, roll it around quite a little bit, and he tells Luck, come and remind me to flip it every couple of hours, and we'll have it all dried out for you in no time. And so that's that. He actually, we'll stick with it. I actually just thought of something, but I'm not going to worry about it. So he does that. How about the rest of you? What are you guys doing? You've got about an hour. You see, it looks like that Knack has made some good progress on repairing some of the armor pieces, and there is a helmet that does seem to be taking some shape over there. But he's packing up his little portable forge. The little gnome with his glass blowing seems like he's made a few pieces of different things and is getting those all put away. And pretty much everyone is buckling up the caravan as it's getting ready to get back on the road. Do you guys? I assume y'all are going to do the same. We lost somebody.
Yeah, she has to go to work.
Oh, that's right. So she's doing her thing. And guys, I'm going to let you talk for a little bit because I got to rearrange the cameras until she gets back. So, what do you tell me about what you guys are doing to prepare to get back on the road?
I'm a squirrel.
You're a squirrel. Yeah, you're a squirrel and don't make a camp. So, Kel's ready.
Luna gathered all her stuff up already. She's all packed.
Axel's going to gather up his things as well. He's actually going to disappear off into behind a tree or behind bushes to get changed into his new robe. The rest he's sort of going to bundle up, and he's sort of going to he's going to tie it up and put it somewhere and make sure it's dry, because he's not going to waste it, but he's going to use it for something. He's just some spare cloth. And then he's sort of going to grab all his things and get ready to go. And then, and start resorting all his belongings basically to fit this new look.
Okay. Anyone else? What else are folks doing? What are Luck's preparations?
So, as soon as we finish with the sort of salt bowl, it's all sorted, I will go over to the Knack and I will request for some needles.
Okay, yep, he has some there. Needles, believe it or not, because they are a kind of an artisan item, they are a silver a piece, because, to make them, but these are nice, good, high-quality needles. They would be good both for fabric or surgical purposes. So he, you are able to tell that these are high-quality needles for use for both fabric and that. He also shows you where he is putting together this helmet for that are a helmet, and says that he's putting it together from the armor that was scavenged for you.
Would you say the needles have pinpoint accuracy?
You're killing me. You're killing me.
She was lucky that she got out early.
Yes.
You'll be back though.
Sounds like she's on point with the puns.
I envy the dead.
Okay. I was going to say a green dragon flies in and kills you all.
Oh, come on! It
Rough
wasn't
one.
that bad.
That's true. It really wasn't. In the grand scheme of things, you've done much worse.
Mm-hmm. I totally have.
Yeah,
All the
so-
snake puns, man.
Oh, the snake puns, Dan. Yeah, don't even go there. I literally have already know that there will not be snakes in this campaign. There are no snakes.
Oh, come on! They just don't exist.
Snakes do not exist in my world because they are just way too
Wait,
easy to do puns.
So in this mythical realm, are you saying there's no snakes on this plane?
On this plane.
So,
As soon as I said it, I knew it was coming, and I was like, "Oh no, what have I done? What have I done?" Yes, there are no snakes on this plane.
So we shouldn't have to worry about snake oil salesmen, should we?
Yeah, just okay.
Pile on!
I have a wonderful sheep cloak that my wife gave me that I should sew up.
So
Go ahead.
Seems like a good idea, Courtney.
yeah. So, are we done yet? Are we done? Are you guys done? Do we want to get this caravan on the road? Don't make me turn this caravan around.
I'll do one last thing real quick as we're just prepping.
Yeah.
Ever since this morning, Iska has left her violin in its case, and as everyone goes off to prep, she will sit down, back against a tree again, and she'll open the case, and she'll look at it for a little bit, just kind of staring at it, as she usually has it out when they're traveling, so she can kind of play tunes, figure out some melodies, and she'll close the case and pick it back up and return to the caravan.
Okay. Scale down the jokes, truly. Anyway, everything's packed up. You guys, golly, I did a terrible job with scaling my cameras. Anyway, you guys, the caravan pretty much gets itself rounded up, heads out, and starts to head out. As this caravan heads out, actually, you can see that there's another caravan that's coming from the north. Pulls in, real small caravan, only three or four wagons along the way, and it's interesting. On it, you actually see a cart very similar to the gnome's cart. It has lots of different glass baubles and things like that. And stand by for just 1 second. Sorry. Names. You see Eridus call out and go, "Barkley, how are you?" The little gnome yells out, and the Barkley, apparently the arrival of that, yells back. Sorry if I got noise in the background. The lawn, I've got a weed whacker outside my window. But Barkley yells back, goes, "Idris, how are you?" And any good sales? You left one behind there, I'll tell you. Had a nice good sale just probably a day's north of here. I would have thought you'd have cleared out the road for me. And he goes, "Well, you get some, you miss some, but maybe I'll beat you to the next one." And they go back and forth talking about sales, what they've been. Obviously, since they're in the same type of work, know each other and, want to hear how the sales have been along the road. Iska, I need you to make an intelligence check. And I'm actually going to use the nat 20 that was given to me for you on this roll.
Oh, thank you.
Here's why. Suddenly, the one big thing you think about is tea. And that you bought 3 big scoops of tea from a tea vendor on a caravan heading north, which is the same direction that Barrios' caravan was going. And you remember your good friend Layford Pipe, who also sells tea. And the thing that you see 2 glass workers talking about their sales and where they sold something, and descriptions of who they sold it to, you get a sinking feeling in your gut that you bought tea, very specific kind of tea, that was introduced to you from your friend Layford. And his wagons were heading in the same direction that Barrios' caravan was heading when you were left behind. Caravan pulls out and starts headed down the road south.
Color drains from Iska's face. And she, wherever she was, probably on the outskirts of the caravan, to watch this conversation happen and take joy in seeing this friendship develop between these 2 people. She puts her head down. She clings the violin case close to her, and she tries to walk to the center of the caravan to kind of get lost in it, away from the group, away from everyone.
Okay.
And yeah.
What's everyone else doing? Yeah, Kel's a squirrel. Are you on someone's shoulder, or are you running through the...
I'm on Luna's shoulder. I'm going to stick with her and just, unless something extreme, out of the ordinary awfulness happens, I'm just going to settle in for the ride.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm going to be surrounded by all these people, at least I'll be with somebody who doesn't want to be here as much as I
know. She's still on the outskirts of the caravan, don't worry.
Okay.
Like, she's not right next to it.
I mean, to the front, to the back, to the side. Again, this is big open fields, as we have seen before. In fact, I need to let me switch you over to the correct visual representation, since we're back on the open road.
To the left, to the left.
Yeah, I know, right?
Kel off the road to the left.
Trolls Meat, oh my gosh. Toes Me donated $30. Next caravan the group stays longer than a day with will be a lovely place. I'm sorry, I didn't read fast enough.
Get good.
Day with will be a lovely place. Okay, cool. Awesome. I will.
That's
Oh yeah, do PM me the info. Is this a? Oh right, yeah. For 30, yeah, we'll get together, man.
Oh.
30. Trolls gets to make a NPC.
Nice, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, you will very much. You can be a persistent person on a caravan. Very, very cool. Awesome. Yeah, we'll work together on it. I'll just like we flesh out our characters, we can figure out exactly what you got going on there, man. That's gonna be awesome. That grammar though, dude, it happens to the best of us. I was about to do something and get you the right screen. That's what I was doing. I was getting you on the open road. So players, there we go. Back on our lovely open road out here on the Dragon Gust Plains, as always. Now that you've gotten out of the nice sort of sheltered area of Morgan's Creek, it is windy, because that's what the Dragon Gust Plains is all about, is being windy. But it's a nice day. The temperatures are warm. Spring has sprung. There are lots of, again, as we had before, nice wildflowers along the way. And sort of that rhythmic, it's almost like being on a boat. You kind of have this nice rhythmic movement of the caravan as it just sort of winds its way down through the countryside. So Luna, I was asking you where you are. Did you say you were
mid-left?
Mid-left, okay. So Luna is a bit off, we'll say, 50 feet off to the left, sort of walking through the tall grasses. Actually, I might even just turn this way. People can see behind it. Behind this, you can sort of see the nice grasslands stream. That's kind of what the countryside that they're going through. That's why I have it in the background. Yeah. And so, you do have a couple of folks you all haven't talked to if you all want to have conversations, or we can go ahead and just do some dice rolls to see if there's anything interesting that happens along the way.
Throw them bones.
Anyone? Axel, Luck?
I guess I would talk to Miss B.
Okay, yeah, B. Arthur.
B. Arthur.
Yeah.
She looks like an interesting person.
I'm sorry?
She looks like an interesting person with stories. So.
Oh, yeah, no, she is. She's full of stories. The two of you guys can talk about all kinds of things. Are you talking about her wares or just about her travels?
I think I would start with travels and then move on to the wares, because I always like to introduce. It's like, how's the road been for you? This is how the road's been for me, sort of thing.
Okay, so she's an older lady. She's probably about 55-ish, and so she starts telling you the story of how her and her husband, left years and years ago. Used to live up in Balathira, and then sold their shop and put everything together on the cart and headed out onto the open road. There was no. The city was just getting too hectic, too claustrophobic. So it had gotten so big, and then she tells you about how unfortunately, pneumonia took her husband about 6 years ago. But she decided to keep up with the cart because this is her family now, and she's been traveling with Liam for years and years and years, and just thinks of them. This is her family, and would never go anywhere else. And always on the lookout for good art, to see what I can find. You never know. Sometimes you cross another caravan and see something that's just absolutely out of this world, and just she's telling you stories. She'd go on and on and on and on.
Completely involved with it. It was just like. That sounds wonderful, and just making that odd comment of, maybe chipping in of, I've heard stories of something like that,
Yeah, just nattering on. How about you, Axel?
Oh, what was the dwarf's name?
I'm sorry, the dwarf? Tohir. Yes.
Tohir. So he will find Tohir.
Okay.
And he'll sort of, come up, probably show up, out of nowhere, just shows up. Hi, can we talk? Cause, you have like all these cool stories, and I want to know. And it's like he thinks for a moment, and I have to actually check my notes if I actually wrote down the phrase. Whatever the phrase Grom gave him about I can't even remember the name. I haven't brought them up forever. The Eternal Keepers.
Oh, right.
I don't know if. No, he doesn't remember I can't remember the phrase. It's like, so I'm just wondering if I can come here and sort of listen to the winds and get knowledge from them? Because you've been around and you're old, and maybe you know like all these cool stories. Do you know about the Eternal Keepers? It's just like all these spills out all these questions.
Yeah, he's just slow down, boy. I have lots of stories. There's much to learn about this world. Lots has changed over the years. Lots and lots of changes. But what are you interested in? The Eternal Keepers. I can't say that I've heard of them, but it sounds like an educated bunch. I don't.
Oh yes, but I'm just. Well, then can you tell me stories about magic, about just magic that you've seen, that you've done in places that have magic and all these very interesting things. Can you just, and basically he's going to basically be pestering him for the rest of the trip, or at least until he gets tired enough to tell him to go away, and then he will, because he's used to Grom telling him go away.
So he tells you a little bit more about maybe elaborates a little bit on the stories last night, but not in any real way. And one thing that he does do is he says, I'm not a magic user. I've never understood this stuff. And if you ask, the one thing he will say is, if you ask about the Vice, he goes, "You're talking to the wrong person. Stroth, he was the adventurer. He'll tell you over and over again. He's been on 6 traverses. That's where you find out about anything you want to know about the Vice."
Well, anything you can tell me, anything, I'll listen to you. And so, he's settling down for a long trip, so he's trying to get, he's just going to note down this guy's stories as he tells them, really.
Okay. Finally, just tired of questions as much as anything, he starts telling you the lineage of dwarves in Anvil Forge. I'm sorry, in Stone Anvil. In Stone Anvil. Literally, person by person. I mean, it's the begats from the Bible. He literally starts reciting the lineage for the last 1,000 years of the Stone Anvil Dwarven clan. And he intentionally is making it as dry and boring as possible. In fact, he's probably taken it as a challenge to see if he can actually bore you before for you to lose interest and wander off on your own, because he kind of wants something to do too, and now it's become a challenge to see if he can come up with the most boring thing to possibly be able to give you stupid amounts of information about.
I can't even remember his last name. Yeah, so he's particularly interested in if he hears anything that's related to something Grom has told him, or the Whitehammer name, or the name Grom. If he hears any of those, but he's actually mostly going to be sort of listening and noting these down, and occasionally he hears an interesting name. He's like, "Oh, tell me more about them. Tell me more about them. Do you know anything?"
And then if you said it, he starts talking you about like a recipe, and tells you in detail a recipe for a dwarven. They were known for their rock soup, and starts telling you about all of the ingredients for their famous deep rock soup, which you have to cook with hot rocks. Hot
rocks.
And at this point he's like making shit up, because at this point he's just like, this kid is going to believe anything. And so he's like, but you have to stir it with a left-handed spoon, because that's the secret. And, he tells you all this just utter, complete bullcrap. And then, he then starts reciting to you the lineage of his goats, about how these are pedigree goats, and that, it was very important that these goats had a specific lineage. And, goes back and talks about, that their mother and the mother. So he just goes on. And actually, let's roll this out. Because God, what do we want to do? I'm going to say let's do competing intelligence checks.
Eventually, actually, if he goes on to Axel, Axel will then start asking him questions about how to take care of goats and how to breed goats and how to handle animals. So he gets some idea for his next level up.
So yeah, roll me an intelligence saving throw, and I'm going to do the same for.
Oh, saving, okay.
Well, whatever. Either way, an
Both
8 and
are the
11.
same.
So, you know what? I'm going to go with you on just a plain old 20. I'm going to say that he's done anything special. He has finally come across, and I don't know what it is. Because I something that absolutely bores you to tears. It maybe be he's listing the different types of rocks and how that dwarves have 200 names for rock slides.
Yeah.
Based off of the gravel size and the gravel size and rock side. So eventually you do lose. He finally bores you enough, but literally that's the rest of your day. You are in deep intellectual competition with Tohir of who can last the longest. And Iska, you are, I know, disturbed and sort of hidden in the middle of the crowd. Does Iska stay that way for the rest of the day, or does something...
Iska...
Help me understand Iska's mind space.
If it's possible, on these moving caravans, she'd like to kind of find one with like a bit of a ledge on the back of it that kind of sticks out, so she could like kind of sit there and kind of tuck away. And while she's doing this, she is looking through the older pages of her sketchbook from her time before she met this group, because seeing what she saw reminded her of where she came from before she met this group. And so she's examining these pages of notes, of pictures, of descriptions of people from her past, her immediate past.
Mm-hmm.
And she focuses intently on a few choice words when she sees that one of the notes she's written down is a particular person was coming to Sojourn's Crossing for a reason.
Right.
And as the group is on their way there, maybe I'll just leave it with she is just poring over everything she wrote down about this person. Okay,
cool. The cart that you find, the little ledge on the back of it, is actually the gnome's cart. Erdris Kutar, who you guys haven't interacted with as much, but it's interesting. You sit back there, and this is the glassblower's cart, and he has all of these different sort of glass mobiles and baubles and different items there, and they all are sort of chiming together, and you're getting this, there's a breeze blowing, and so there's these gentle, I've got music and Sirenscape somewhere, but I'm not going to dig for it, these gentle chimes of the wind blowing through them, and you're sitting there, and sort of the wagon sort of rocks a little bit, so there's a nice sort of rhythm to it, and you begin, you feel this thread just of natural music that you have known, that you've always been able to tune into, and for some reason now, especially, you seem to be tuning into it, and it's restful, it's comforting, and it's familiar, and it's it helps you, almost like your tea does, kind of helps you to soothe your mind.
As that music goes on then, and as this soothes her mind, she'll start flipping forward in the book, and she'll return to the sketches she's made of the group that she's currently with. And some of that color will begin to return, and some of that darkness and that terror and worry will go away as she begins to hum along with the glasses tinking together.
Mm-hmm.
And a little smile comes across her face as she looks at these images of her new friends.
Do me a performance check as you hum along. It's strangely harmonic, the way that this is all blending together. Your eyes dart over to your violin case, where inside of it is stored these pieces of music. And you think you might understand that those pieces a little bit more, and you are drawn to it, but you feel that you might know something, that this what you are hearing, what you're humming is similar to the pieces that you had played just this morning.
That thought can't leave her mind. And she's, I guess, drawn to it. So she'll, with some reservation, take out her violin, look at some of the sheets again, and hesitantly at first, but as she looks at them more, is more drawn into them, and begins to go to this new place from, oh God, things are terrible, to at least I have these people, to, but now what is this? What more can I get from this?
And so you open up the sheets, and most all of them are scrambled still, but there's one that you see, and you know what you need to do. You know you can play it. The question is, do you?
Can I see any of my friends from where I'm at? Can I see, like, Luna and Kel off in the distance?
Let me look at the lineup. Give me a second, I'll let you know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. He's right pretty much in the dead center. We know that Axel is with up towards the very front. We know, actually, Luna said she was center left, so you actually probably can see Luna. Luck is with B. She is way at the back. You can see Luna. You can see Luna over walking through this sun-dappled field. Her green skin sort of against the golden and green of the hills off in the distance, and sun sort of coming down and shining on her and Kel as she sort of walks peacefully through the field over to your left. No, you're facing backwards, so it'll be to your right, but left of the caravan.
Okay. Iska looks at them and kind of nods to herself. She grabs her violin and says under her breath that no one tells tales or sings songs of an action. Nothing worth doing is easy. Just do it. Just do it. and she will start to try to play this music.
Roll me a performance check with advantage since you'd already rolled so well before. It will do it. You draw your bow across the strings, and the chimes in the background begin to clank together a little bit more, and it's interesting. This time, as you're playing, your mind begins to leave, and it's a very similar feeling to what you had experienced, just this morning in the horrible visions. And the vision is happening as you play. There is a harmony that forms around you. The wind blowing across the plains as Iska's hair as it flows like water. The chimes and the rhythm of this, and you feel yourself lifted up as though you're rising above the caravan itself, and you can see the whole caravan laid out below you, and your vision expands, and it's almost like you're a soaring bird flying across the Dragon Gust Plains. You're flying up northward. You see the mountains start to soar above you. You see the Dwarven home underneath of the mountains, and you swing around and see a city that seems to be suspended on top of fountains of water. You see this dark stain across the countryside of this deep, dark forest. You see beyond that other cities and other places laid out in front of you. You see a castle on top of a plateau that looks down with its walls across a whole plain down in front of it. You see a great port city that has more ships than you've ever imagined could ever be. Their sails unfurled in every shape and size and configuration as they come into this huge bay that has giant docks and literally hundreds of ships from all different parts of the land across it. You then actually flow out over the sea, where you see this great, incredible city that sits also on the water, but with roads at spiderwebbing out from it in every direction, and lines of people and caravans running in and out of it in every different direction. You swing back across the seas, across a great white plain where it seems as though nothing could live, but even there is life. You then float and soar across someplace familiar. It's the... Hello! It is the Dulcimer Riverlands, where you grew up. This is High Mount in that area where you were raised. You can tell by all of the rivers and the sun shining off of it. And then you finally, as you bring your bow to the last note of the music, and as you hum the tune, this harmony of all of nature around you, you settle back into yourself with this feeling of joy and connection to everything around the world. And you know Euripides' harmony. It is in your spell. It is now in your handouts. I'll get the cameras here in a second, guys.
And that's it, right? And that's it.
That's it.
Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts.
Okay. She finishes and has that feeling, that sensation, and she waits. She's ready to take on a burden if she needs to for that. And if she doesn't feel one right away, she lets it go, that feeling go cautiously. And just smiles and like begins to like kick her legs back and forth as she's draped over the ledge. And looks around again, looks to Kel and Luna, and just like beams at them, knowing that their presence alone gave her that power to do that.
Did we hear this?
Actually, Kel and Luna probably did, because you were right there, and in a way, she played it to you.
While she was playing, then, as she was playing, I would have left Luna and gone to her. And not gotten on her shoulder, but jumped up onto the back of the wagon somehow. I'm presuming I could do that.
No, absolutely. And so, yes, about halfway through, and because your vision was not through your eyes at that time, you didn't notice, but as you came back down into your body, it's interesting. Your vision sitting beside Iska, not as a squirrel, was Kel in his human form, because the eyes of your vision saw him as his true form, and you saw his silent figure sitting there beside you, experiencing this with you. But when you open your eyes, you actually are expecting to see. You think that Kel's going to be sitting there, and you see him in his squirrel form, just kind of looking up at you, and like I say, you're a little bit shocked by it because you were sure that he was in human form, but right. You can still feel that connection, just that silent, I'm here with you as this music takes you wherever it might go.
She looks at the squirrel. She says, she kind of lets out a sigh and says, "This world really is beautiful. Thank you for helping me see it." As she like takes a finger and kind of like gives you like a little pat on the head with it, like a little gentle pat.
I'll accept it and kind of like close my eyes and go, because it probably feels good.
Yeah.
And then just kind of nod, but not make any sound. And then.
So Luna, go ahead.
Just sit, and then just sit there next to Iska for a while, just sharing the moment.
So I have a question before I say what Luna was doing. Would you allow me to have like minor illusion and the shape water up at the same time?
Sure.
Okay. In that case, while I don't know how well Iska would have been able to see it, but while Luna's been walking, she's been practicing with these two, so she was actually kind of with more basic shapes in her bubble. Her bubble kind of like folded out a little bit, and it's kind of like a little mini theater. not theater shape, but just movie theater, and she's like she made frozen figures of the party. More general, they don't look exactly alike, and she's kind of like been playing with it, like restructuring that first battle in the water with the creature and the little bubble.
Awesome.
And with the minor illusion, adding color to it, so it's more clear who everybody is.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah. No,
she made minis.
She made minis.
Yes, she did.
That's awesome. Cool.
I love it.
So, so there you go. So, that happens for Iska. Anyone else up to anything? Or are we actually? Let me just go ahead and take care of this. Ooh, let me see what that means. That means something. I think I gotta remember. What does it mean?
Ask me what it means. Ask me what it means.
What's in the box?
Double rainbow. What does it mean?
What does it mean?
Numbers, what do they mean?
Magnets, how do they work?
You took all the references.
There could be more.
There could be more.
I'm just waiting for. Okay, everybody, roll initiative.
All right.
How do you want to do this?
If this were in a movie, this is where that would happen.
Yeah, it's like, oh yay, happy, Jeff.
Yes, what is spontaneous? Yeah, good guy goes more insane.
Yes, good guy goes more insane. No, so you guys continue down the road, and night begins to fall, and the caravan pretty much just travels. I won't say into full darkness, but well past dusk. I mean, sun goes down. Dusk starts to settle over the land, and then pulls off to the side. Not nearly the complications of circling the wagons as much as it was before, but pretty much clear the road off to one side and set up for what's going to be short evening. Liam basically tells everybody get ready to go for at first light tomorrow morning, and people sort of tuck in for the evening. Campfires are made, people cook, set up their little roll out their bedrolls just either under the wagon or on the back of their wagon or wherever. But it's a pretty quick camp for the evening. How do you guys want to do yours? Of course, the guards still do their normal rounds, but it's not, like I say, it's not the circle of wagons that it was before.
Mm-hmm. One of the things, like when they rest for camp, is Luna's gonna try to find Celia. I don't know if Celia wants to be found or not.
Yeah, Celia basically during the day was doing her sort of far range scout, making sure that she could see what all was happening. Being first watch, whether well in front of, but then also she's been looking to the rear a little bit more than anything. To see what's going on, make sure that no one's following them, make sure she's been scouting ahead, looking for telltale ambush areas, knowing the tactics of the different Dragonflight Syndicate, and reporting back in just to make sure that everything seems to be copacetic.
Doing rogue things.
Doing rogue stuff. She's been roguing around.
Feeling out roles and everything.
Yeah.
Would you call her roguish?
Yeah, she's kind of roguish. Anyway, Kel, you didn't. Let's see. You transformed. No, you transformed pretty early, so you're right at the tail end of your of squirrel form.
I'm aware of that, and so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to look for Axel and Iska and Luck.
We'll say, I mean, we all sort of do your normal sort of camping, campfire, you know, luck. I mean, you feel free to chime in, good guy, if you want to do specifics of your evening.
Doing the usual, cooking up the meal. Probably still, maybe not as active as I was sort of first night with the spices, but just here and there.
You have leftover curry left, so I mean, you can sort of reheat that.
Yeah, definitely reheating that.
Yeah, reheating the curry. There's enough for everyone because you and Tohir. Actually, Tohir probably stops by. He might trade you a mug of ale to sit down and actually, let's do that. Let me just check with him. Let me check with Tohir to see whether he joins you or not. He comes over and sort of sees where you all have settled and. Wanders over from his to come share a mug with you. He very, very conspicuously sits as far away from Axel as possible.
Can I do some kind of pre-dinner foraging and time it so that I'm
absolutely
able to bring some stuff to Luck?
Yep, absolutely. Because actually last night, we'll say when you all pulled in, it was a little bit late for foraging, or any foraging that Kel might have done was, minimalist at best. Throw me a, nature check that we do for your foraging, I believe? Or survival. I forget what you were.
Survival.
Yeah, throw me a survival just so we can see what you find. You find the nice thing is you find some nice good roots and vegetables. So you actually could add some of this to beef up your leftovers with some new roasted vegetables in your curry, your rabbit curry that's going on. Tohir comes by, says hello, sits down to just sort of have company for the meal. He's one of the few that is traveling truly by himself on this journey. Most everyone else has some companion or folks around them. Celia, we've not really gone through any of your sort of camping evening type stuff. So tell us a little bit about Celia's campsite evening, what she does. I know she, being an elf, she only has to do trance out. So.
So she probably would train, and kind of like watch. She doesn't really trust anybody yet, so she'd be watching people closely, seeing what certain people, like their tics are and little things that they do, kind of examining them a little bit, basically just making sure that they're not going to just randomly turn her into this guild that she just faked her death with.
Gotcha. Okay. So Celia's doing that. Kel, you come back with your foraging. How about Iska, Axel, Luck, Luna? What are you guys up to?
So I mentioned before, when it's nighttime, Luna is gonna go and find Celia. So maybe she'd find her while she was in the middle of training.
That works.
He'll just, finally come over. May I talk to you, Celia?
Celia puts her daggers at her hip and looks at Luna and just nods.
Thank you for protecting and accepting me as I am. Will you make me a promise?
What's that?
If it is between my life and yours, you will choose yours.
That is not a promise I can make.
There are not many who know what I am and accept it. It is more important that acceptance live in this world than
You want to hear a
things
story?
to upset balance.
You want to hear a story? My sister was born when I was 6. She did not have the same element that you have. She is an earth child of the lost. My parents did not accept her. I was young. To me, she was just my little sister. I didn't see this difference that she had with other people. Well, my parents tried to send my sister away. I didn't like that very much. I told my parents, either I go with her or she doesn't go at all. I went with her. I spent most of my life living with my aunt on the other side of the country. How old was I? 18, around that age, I got in trouble. The mayor's son decided that he wanted to have his way with my sister. I cut his nose off. Being that I was the mayor's son, I obviously got in trouble. So I ran. I had to run. I haven't seen my sister since. So I have a question. When it comes to my life, or yours, whose do you think that I'm going to choose?
Luna is tearing up at this point. I would hope you'd stay alive for your sister. Do not throw away the chance to be with your sibling. Not all of us are as fortunate.
I haven't seen my sister in years. I don't even know if she's alive.
But you know she loves you. I will probably never know how my brother feels about me.
But you do know that you have the people around here that do care about you and that want to see you live. My life, as far as the rest of the world knows, I'm dead. So me losing my life isn't going to mean anything.
She will kind of grab you by the shoulders. You are alive to me, and I shall keep it that way.
Everybody is like, she gives her a hug and she says, "We will see what happens."
She'll hug her back. And scene.
Holy shit, guys.
Well, it seems like what I wanted to do just. Can we get? Let's just go to bed.
I was just like waiting for that scene to happen.
That was beautiful.
It was beautifully both of you guys.
Oh, that was wonderful.
Holy mow. Okay, so.
Good luck following that up.
Yeah, I was going to say, so what's Axel doing for tonight?
He's
Got
gonna
us three idiots like looking in our pockets, salting fish and doodling.
Yeah, pretty much. He's still sorting out his pockets. He's going to be, chatting with Iska, about what happened. He's not. Yeah, he's going to be asking about what happened today. He wasn't aware of what actually
that's
happened.
right. Yeah, the only person. Yeah, only Kel and Luna. Well, when Kel came back from foraging in human form, what's after he hands off to Luck, what's his next?
What he will do will be to go to Axel and ask if he is ready to write down what I saw.
Yes, one moment. He's sort of fiddling with his stuff and taking it and sort of putting it out of the way. And Iska has the book. He sort of rushes it. Oh, she doesn't?
Yes, she does.
Oh, that was just me looking around.
Yeah.
No,
Iska has
the book. Yeah.
Yeah, Iska has the book. He's like, he rushes it. Can I have the book? Because we're going to kind of write down what Kel saw. He's going to tell me, and I'm going to write it, and then we can look and we can compare and we can sort things out. Yes.
She grabs the book and like begins to hand it to you and pauses and takes it back and then like rips a sheet of paper out of it and then hands it back to you.
They're all loose, so you can just take one.
She does so and then hands it to Axel.
Yeah, it's not bound. It's just a folio of basically a leather folder with a bunch of sheets in it.
She looks to Axel, says, "You write, I draw."
Yes. Okay. And he rushes back to Kel, and he sort of sits, like a little kid cross-legged with this book, and he gets his ink out and his ink pen. He's like, okay, tell me.
And then I'm just going to basically relate pretty much exactly what you told me in that session, which I don't remember the exact words myself, but Kel would. So.
Yes. No, Kel would. Yep. So do you just tell them about that one, or do you tell about the one from this morning as well?
I'll relate both of them. In order, the first one from a few days ago first, and then the one from this morning, including the question I asked and the answer that I received.
So, you didn't actually get a voice. You got just the.
Well, but I got knowledge.
You got the knowledge. Yes, that.
In my mind, my question was answered.
And I will also say, both felt very similar. They had a very similar tone and feel to you of the visions. In case that wasn't clear.
In what way, I guess I want to ask, because one was very clear, end of the world, bright light, nuclear explosion almost. This was more of an ending of, like an essence being drawn out of me rather than the outside. It was, my inner self being removed rather than my outer form being destroyed from without. So it's like I'm perceiving, my own destruction and the destruction of the world from opposite perspectives. The exterior perspective, my physical form being, and the world being destroyed by this conflagration, and then my inner self being drawn out of me against my will by some force.
Both of them had this wind, this sort of incredible, again, the first one with this, being blasted The second one as though everything was being pulled away. So it's that would sort of be the connecting piece, is that you've kind of felt this, connection of the constant piece in that was this being, yes, as you said, things being stripped away. Whether it was your physical form or whether it was this magical essence.
Okay, well then, knowing that, I will relate that as part of the experience as I tell Axel.
Axel writes it out verbatim how Kel writes it out, including if Kel slows or pauses, he leaves a larger space between words, and then keeps writing. He because this is what he's done with spells. You don't screw around with spells. You got to make sure you get them right. So this is how he picked up the spells in synthesis. And so he uses that technique and just copies this out, writes out verbatim onto the paper. Yeah, and but you can see in his mind, though, he's writing this out, but it's not taking all of his attention. You see he's thinking about what you've been saying and everything. And he's when he's done, he's like, so you feel you dying?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
If it was death or some other kind of transition to something else, I don't know.
Did anything strange happen to you before this? So like you're using magic, or you went someplace, or something like that?
No.
And okay. And the cogs whirring. I wonder if maybe no. He sort of looks up, feels the wind, like, what if this happened to City of the Tieflings, and they were blowing up like this, and no, that makes no sense. That's crazy. But yeah, he looks at the book, closes it, puts it away, and he goes to get his notebook out. Don't you have anything more to tell me, or?
That is all I know of what I experienced.
Oh, okay. I'll take this to Iska, and then, yeah, he looks like he's eager to get to just scribbling out all his thoughts onto his notebook, and so he sort of grabs the book, that book, and rushes it over to Iska. I said, this is what Kel told me, and have you done your drawings?
Yeah, and Iska shows her interpretations of these scenes that Kel saw, this apocalyptic scene, and she's furiously reading all the notes that Axel wrote down, and is looking back and forth between the two of them, looking at Axel, looking at Kel occasionally, and trying to piece this all together, trying to see if there's any patterns she can pick out, or what exactly Kel is learning from all of this. Because more than anything now, this is kind of like a puzzle that needs to be solved, and she's looking for the missing pieces.
Does Iska say anything out loud to that effect?
Eventually. I think it takes a second. But she looks up to you and says, is there something that happens beforehand? Does this just happen randomly? Or is there some kind of connection here that before the visions hit you?
I don't know of anything that happened to have caused this. I suspect that, like it or not, there's more to come that will add pieces to your puzzle.
Kel, please tell us every time you see one of these. We can work together. We can solve this. We can figure this out. Maybe we can fix your vision, and we can fix mine too. Maybe we're onto something here.
Yeah. And
I don't know that there's anything to fix.
And she
Yeah.
looks down at that scene of like apocalyptic nature in front of her.
Nature does what it wills, and if, as I felt, that these things are coming from nature, then perhaps that is what needs to happen. Nature is a cycle of birth, growth, decay, and death. Death is a natural part of the cycle. For the cycle to begin again in a new form.
But what if we can choose when to die? What if we don't want to die this day? What if I don't want one of you to die? I know it's natural, Kel, but if I can change that just for a little bit, you can die some other time. Not anytime soon, though. Okay?
Well, I'm not expecting to.
Good.
But,
Good.
But we have to recognize. Look what's just happened recently. Look what almost happened to Luna. Look what almost happened to Luck. We can strive to protect, but accept when death comes, as we must. That is the way of nature.
She looks at you for a second, and I think looks back down at the notes, and just kind of murmurs, "Not yet. Not yet."
You see, when you see visions like this, they don't always make sense when you see them, and they don't always, like, there might be like pieces, and there might be actually like two visions, but they look like they're one vision together. It might be very different to what you think is. Maybe not. It's not like my vision. So that we can find out, and if we don't worry about it and we think about it and we figure it out, and then if we need to, we can figure out and do something, and then it might not happen like it looks, because visions are strange. He looks uncertain about the last strange.
That I can agree with.
So, with that, anything else people want to do before retiring for the evening?
And then, because I haven't used them today and we're about to sleep, and just because I will walk over and go over to Iska, crouch down in front of her, and turn into a panther.
Describe that to us, Cal.
It's a cat. It's a cat.
Just as I'm, just kind of crouching there, I will kind of, balance myself as I go to lean forward, one foot going back, the other in place.
So like eye to eye, you're like looking her right in the eye?
Right, but then my hands are going forward, and as I do that, I make the transition into a panther. So as my hands are reaching forward, it becomes the stretch of a cat, just kind of kneading claws on the ground, arching my back, and the tail unfurling behind me and kind of flicking back and forth. I do a full feline stretch as I settle into the new form, and then straighten up and, as a panther, look Iska straight in the eye and begin to purr.
You see
The
this
big feral cat purr.
You see this transformation on her face as she was looking at you, almost glaring at you, the way that a child would, if you tried to explain to a child the concept of death, even, or I'm sorry, things can't happen this way because that's not the way the world works. And the child looks at you with kind of some anger and a little bit of resentment, but also like confusion, not wanting to accept that fact. You see that just drop as her jaw drops. And she goes to like almost like screech with glee, and then remembers Luna and how she dealt with Luck earlier. So like her hand shoots to her mouth, and it's a very like mumbled
Headwater.
Exactly.
Out of nowhere.
And she kind of like runs in place almost, just kind of like jumping like up and down for a second, and like turns to like Axel.
And then I move forward, and I, still purring, I do the, the cat, that bump with the head, and just kind of into her shoulder.
As much as I don't want to ruin the moment, this is a panther that just came out of nowhere.
Inspiration from Trolls. Sorry to interrupt, but inspiration from Trolls meet in to Celia and Luna, and I gotta agree with him because that speech scene was inspirational, and well deserved, guys. Well deserved. Amazing scene, and thank you, Trolls Meetin, for the donation. Oh, dude, no worries.
It was so.
Oh, beautiful, guys. Anyway,
so much to talk about.
There is a full-sized, big old panther right in front of Iska. Black, shiny coat, golden or green eyes. Did you keep your gold eyes in your panther form, or do they go to that panther green? You're muted.
I agree.
I keep my gold eyes.
Gold eyes. So big golden cat eyes with the slits. Axel, there is a giant panther, another feline form, similar but not identical to your sort of your leopard cheetah looks. And you were right there because you and Iska are basically joined at the hip. So
yeah. So he's like. It's like watching this like transformation. I mean, he's seen Cal transform before, and he's not quite engaged as Iska is, but he still finds it absolutely like amazing. He's like, oh, this is so cool. I want to know this, and so he watches this, and then he sees like his ears perk up, his tail perks up when he sees that this is a big cat, and he gets down on all fours and sort of creeps closer as if like a kitten gets like testing out a new friend, sort of getting in closer, and
I match him and start doing the cat kind of, stalking each other playfully kind of thing.
Okay, I don't want to ruin this moment because it's beautiful, but I've got to do this.
Oh yeah.
As I am sort of like cooking up, I probably look like heating it up, adding a few more ingredients. I see Axel near this black panther that I've never seen before.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
I never saw the transformation either because I was constantly talking. So I get up. I don't draw my pickaxe because you don't do that straight away twice.
Yeah.
To a beast fight. Because the beast hasn't initiated an attack initially. But I've got to do. I heard a follow. I don't know who it was. But I get up and sort of, excuse me, as I full speed charge at this panther, aiming to grapple it and take it down to the floor.
And I bolt straight away from the camp out into the grass. Full speed.
I'm going to hunt it down.
So as you see Luck come running by you, and Panther cat speed is pretty darn fast, but so with quick reactions, Iska, Axel, you just saw Luck come charging over, about to tackle Kel. What do y'all do?
I laugh because that's Luck. Oh, look, Luck is playful. That's fun. He's gonna.
You're thinking he's being he wants to give the panther a big hug.
Yeah.
Same, but
Axel's confused for a moment. He's like, that's not playing, and then sort of as they run out, he's like, what? And just sort of chases after them, sort of bouncing around. He's still trying to figure out what's going on, and he was sort of, following after them at a pace, but he's trying to figure out like what's going on, but he hasn't necessarily said, anything. Yeah, he's sort of, he's got, cat mode, chasing after them on all fours as well.
So Kel, in with Panther stats, do me a stealth check with advantage because it's the dead of night in the middle of high grass and you're a black panther. I was gonna say it's probably like a stealth check
All
with
him to
advantage
shout.
+5, or you know.
Go on.
So 23. Luck, you are a human out of the light of the actually, this is it's not, it's like disadvantage twice. I mean, roll, it's like roll perception twice with disadvantage, and it's the lowest of the 4 rolls because you're human and it's night and you can't see and you're probably fire blind because you were cooking your meal. I'll give you a chance, but yeah, it's like literally
Plus,
roll.
for what it's worth, my movement speed is 50 feet, and I'm going to use my action to dash.
Oh yeah, so you're 150 feet away before. Do you even want to roll, Luck? Good guy.
You know what?
Go roll it. I mean, you would have to roll 4 natural 20s in a row.
Let's roll the bones. Okay, so
Stranger things have happened.
So yeah, perception with
Season
disadvantage twice, and it's the lowest of the 4 rolls. That'd be the natural one.
yep, that sounds about right.
Doesn't even
That's
see
about
Axel
what
run
needs
into
to
him.
happen.
I get lost. I actually want to imagine I get lost here.
So yeah, you go rolling, running out the fire, and you within 30 feet of the fire, because that's with you sort of being night blind. You sort of have, after you've been looking at a bright light, you sort of have the spot. It's almost to the point where you've got that spot in front of your eyes. You can't really even see where you're going. I'll actually even say, well, do me a dexterity check with disadvantage. We'll see, dexterity saving throw with disadvantage. We'll see whether you fall.
Listen.
With 13, you manage to catch yourself, but you've completely lost track of this Black Panther. I don't know. Are you bragging that you chased it off? What are you doing?
Wouldn't brag. Like, sort of is Axel visible or?
Axel's probably right beside you. He might have gone because he was behind you, moving forward. He probably sees you come to a stop when you lose sight of Kel running off.
He was sort of come to the stop, and then he was on all fours. He was staying behind Luck pretty much the whole time, even though he could get past him. And then he sort of comes and it's like, and then he stands up again. It's like, oh,
are you okay?
Yeah, yes. Why did you chase Kel? I mean, that was really cool. He was a cat, and yeah.
Like, I sort of like, as soon as he says that, like, it clicks. Like, it slowly clicks. Because I've seen Kel turn into animals before.
Yeah.
It's like that slow crank.
Dink.
Yes, yeah, he wasn't a bear this time, and so I was, okay, yeah, and he wasn't a squirrel, so I wasn't going to step on him, and so we could have been like, cats.
By the way, while this is going on, I'm going to continue, and I'm going to circle around back to the other side of the fire, come back up to Iska, turn back into Kel, and just go.
She'll cover her mouth again to keep from.
Oh yeah, you're in on a joke, man. Iska loves this. So Luck, dink. You put it together.
Oh. It is ready. I'm just trying to distract him.
Perfect. Yes.
Oh, okay. What did you cook today? And he
Nailed
sort of,
it.
turns around and heads back. He takes a couple of glances looking, for Cal somewhere in the night, but he's probably not going to be able to spot him.
So
he's already gone.
You walk back towards the fire. You see Iska before sort of doing the pee-pee dance, now in on a joke. She is about to bust. She is just about to bust, and sitting next to her, looking like nothing's going on, just with as straight man face as you've ever seen on anybody, is Kel just sort of sitting on the log next to next to Iska, and Iska can barely stand it. Worst. You think I've got a bad DM face? Iska's got a horrible poker face.
And at this point, since I know it's near dinner time, can I say that Luna's kind of walking up at this point and just...
While Iska's laughing, still maintaining the poker face, I'm going to reach over and pretend to be tickling her.
I'm like looking back at the rest and looking at Kel and looking back at the rest, and it's like,
Yeah, no. Axel knows how sneaky a cat can be, so he's giggling as well.
He
gets
clues
it
in,
pretty
yeah.
quickly.
So now he's giggling. Luna, you see Iska in fits of laughter, apparently being tickled by Kel. Axel, who's giggling. Luck, who looks like he looks like the guy who can't find his keys. Sort of, if y'all like the end of Princess Bride, where the guy keeps checking to see that he's got everything. He's just like, there was a panther and it was Kel, but Kel's sitting here, but there is food on the fire that seems to have come to a boil. How's Luna doing? And Celia, sort of, are you both walking back to the fire together after your moment? Walking sort of back to the fire together? Or, yeah, how are you all? Are y'all both approaching the campfire as this silliness is happening?
Yeah. Celia will walk back to Luna.
Okay, so the two of you all walk up and see the silliness.
I imagine she's just going to turn slowly to Celia, turn back, and then just go to the food like nothing is happening. Like the situation, just gonna ignore it.
I'm gonna catch Luna's eye and just kind of go. Kind of a little shrug and a kind of half little sideways smirk, and then poker face again.
Okay, so just slight, like, minor eyebrow raise, get a bowl of food, and then walk away.
Celia's gonna walk over to the food like, this isn't happening. This isn't happening. If I just ignore it, it's not happening.
Yeah. Your stealthy group of adventurers, staying quiet, are again a big campfire. Sort of out. Y'all are near the y'all are near the caravan, so it's probably not as big of a deal. But just whatever. Toe here, who has been here the whole time and seen this whole thing, is laughing uproariously. He has fallen off the log, and he's like, I like you guys. And just a mess. He is, he's just like, I haven't laughed like that in 100 years. And just, is on the ground just rolling.
Just like thinking in her head, I wish I could just cast silence.
I'm missing something.
How close are we to the end of the day?
I'm missing something. Wait, I've got this. I know how to figure this out. Kaz, do you like fish? She was a cat before.
Oh, right. So Kelly asked if you like fish.
I'll I like fish. I had some when we fished at the spring, remember?
Are you a cat in disguise?
No, I'm not.
He's a bear in disguise. It's Cal who was disguised as a cat. So it's like a double the disguise. So he's a bear playing an elf who's playing a cat.
Who sometimes plays a squirrel.
Yeah,
I'm the dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Yeah. Exactly.
I had to. I love that movie.
Toe here at this point.
It's the druid version of Victor Victoria.
Yeah. Toe here at this point just can't even stand it. Ale spews out of his nose because he had started sort of contained itself, and this whole a bear playing an elf play literally has ale shooting out his nose. He is having the best night he's had in 100 years. Because I am.
Something. Am I like? Is there
Yes,
something
you're
I'm not
missing
aware of?
something. You're missing the dinner that you cooked yourself. Come eat.
It's like I didn't think I was that old to start forgetting things. Take a very concerned look, like, am I already at that age? Is it already? Oh God, am I already being like the elders in my village?
I'm
So
still gesturing to the food.
It's like I'm slowly like I'm just the most paranoid eating of a food you've ever seen him.
keeps looking up.
Yeah.
Describe your last activities of the evening. I can hear you, but I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, so Luna, when her and Celia get the food, she will go off away from other people, and she assumes Celia wants to do the same.
Kel will do what he did the previous evening, just check on Luna and then head out, to look for his own place out in the wilds for the evening.
Yeah, Celia's gonna get away from the noise.
Mm-hmm. And then I was kind of, I have to check something, because we're near the end of the day. We probably won't head to combat before we fall asleep, right?
Right.
Totally. I'm going to say no, because it's just funnier if I suffer
The
for it
invisible
later.
DM will hopefully say no.
Exactly.
So in that case, as we're walking, Luna will do a couple movements with her arms and everything, and we will have a bubble of silence around us as we walk.
Yeah!
And you'll get it back in the morning, right?
Yeah, I get it back in the morning.
Yeah, so why not?
Yeah.
It'll
Well,
be fine. I'm sure I won't
burned
need
a wild shape just for entertainment value. So.
yeah.
And I still got one left, so we're good. All right.
I don't have any skills for entertainment value. Sorry, people.
Luck is the entertainment.
Sure you do. You have your rapier wit.
Yeah.
Yes, this wit right here. That. Wait, what?
Okay, so any other the silence spell surround you guys, and just blessed quiet surrounds the two of you guys.
Celia is content.
She lets out the side, a big smile. You all kind of look at each other and just
Okay. Yeah, Luna is actually smiling a little bit.
Kel, any more shenanigans before you've headed off? I'm sorry, I heard you head off. Iska, Axel, you doing your normal sleepover, yelling out ideas back and forth, or do you have other things to do?
Axel's intending to do that. He's actually going to bring up what Kel did a lot. He's actually going to, get in quite a bit of discussion about, shape-shifting abilities and things like that, as well as sort of going over things that he's done on the day, like his entire conversation with Torbjorn,
Torbjorn?
Torbjorn, yeah. Torbjorn. I haven't spelt it properly, so, yeah. So he goes over that, although he skips a lot of it and, focuses on the most interesting parts, like this totally nonsense meal that was given to him. And things like that. And that's what he's going to be sharing with her, as well as, other ideas.
You know what? I'm just going to let it live on. You know what? I'm too confused to correct him about cooking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. When you hear the recipe for rock soup, you're just like, you actually now start laughing because you now are in a joke on Axel. You're just like, and when you look at Tohir, and Tohir looks at you and he's like, uh-huh. And when you start hearing about using a left-handed spoon, Luck now finally has something to laugh about because he understands that this is what you do to the kid in the kitchen. When you need to get rid of them so you can cook, you tell them to go find them a left-handed spoon that the recipe has to have it. And so you immediately are just like, you and Tohir, and Tohir again, being a good old boisterous dwarf, just starts giggling, and you all are like two little schoolgirls giggling as you hear Axel reading off this recipe. Now he's trying to keep himself contained because he doesn't want Axel to clue in. And he's
Because it's like that. Like as soon as Axel looks over, it's like that face of just like the kid who did it, the kid who took the cookie from the cookie jar, but straight face, but the cookie crumbs are still there.
Yeah. So that's y'all wrap up your evening. Everyone's had a good laugh. Spirits seem to be pretty good. Everyone goes and retires in. Are you all doing watches or just sort of on your own, knowing you're within the guard? You now have 2 elves, so the reality is that you've got 2 4-hour sleepers. If you wanted to do that, you're welcome to.
Well, I'm going to do what I've been doing, which is
you go off on your own.
Meditate first, and then watch the rest of the night.
Yeah. So, Celia, y'all can coordinate or not coordinate. Like I said, you are within the the protection of the guards. It's not absolute, but you certainly have folks whose job it is to stay up night and watch. Do you all want to set additional watches or just sleep on your own?
While Celia is sleeping, Luna will take a watch, even though she doesn't need to. Or meditating, whatever.
Well, but Luna, you need to get your full rest. You need a full 8 hours.
She'll stay up like the first 2 hours of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she'll stay up for the first 2 hours. Celia, were you meditating? Ask everyone else to go to bed. So everyone's off for a long rest. Is that correct? Any last? Go ahead.
I'll be I'll probably actually like the whole pamphlet I've been asking would have had me a little bit paranoid. So I have trouble sleeping for like the first half an hour, but I do drift off. And actually, I am just not wearing my armor. Like for once, like he's just sort of taken down to his shirt.
Yeah.
Like, he's taking off his armor, he's putting his clothes all folded up. He's finally having like a proper comfortable rest.
Okay.
Is there trees around?
Ooh. I'll give you a chance, but no.
Because it depends on how close. Because if they're a good distance away, he's still going to stay with pretty much next to Iska. So. Yeah,
no, there really is not a way for you to hang your hammock this evening.
Yeah, he's disappointed, but he'll sort of lay out near Iska, so for a company because she's
Cool. Iska, anything special with your evening?
I just think before, as they're like kind of Axel and Iska are kind of like lying near each other, as their conversation like starts to wind down and like it gets a little bit more ready for bed, she'll break out the journal one more time. Okay. And she'll think back to that conversation with Kel earlier about nature and about how things happen for a reason and there being a balance, and she'll think to herself that there was a lot of good that happened tonight, and because of that it makes it easier to confront some of the bad. And she'll open her journal up again and return to those drawings, those sketches, and those notes from her time before she met these guys, and kind of take them in a little bit, read through them, and kind of hype herself up. It's a little too late tonight. The silence spell, everything is like going. She doesn't want to disrupt any of that, but she gains a little bit more confidence, and in the following morning decides she wants to talk to the group a little bit more.
Okay. Luck. You do finally get to sleep. You have a comfortable evening, but roll me a wisdom saving throw. through the course of the evening, you feel as though something is scratching at the inside of your mind. And you can just discern the words, "Let me in." Scratch. And that's where we're going to end our session for today.
Call Cthulhu. Wonderful.
Dun dun dun.
Damn it, Kel.
Oh my god.
Well, I will say that we can end here, or if we don't end here, we probably need about another hour. So I don't know if we want to keep going. Might as well, wrap it up. And so that's where we will leave it. A wonderful evening.
Wonderful, beautiful evening. Absolutely beautiful.
Lots of fun around the campfire.
I have no problems with this whatsoever.
Oh dear.
I don't want to look at it. I'm done for the day. I'm not looking for the rest of the day now.
So let's go around real quick for hooks and plugs, and tell us a little bit about yourself, about where we can find you on the internet, and your thoughts on today's session. We'll go ahead and let's start where we started the day off with Bird.
Yeah, I'm Birdverse Playing here on Twitch and on Twitter. You can find me at the couple links I just posted. I run a couple podcasts. One is my Pathfinder podcast, and the other is a podcast about comic books. We're going to try the streaming thing out on Twitch for a little bit. We had a lot of fun last night playing Resident Evil. So we might finish that tonight, sometime this weekend. I'll shoot out an alert if we do. This was a great session. I really, really appreciated, all of it, but there's so much between that balance between Luna and Cecilia's fucking awesome, serious, intense, emotional, good lord, and we got to balance that with an incredibly goofy chase scenario happening. And I just love that in a very short amount of time, we can do all of that. We can feel that entire range. That's so awesome. I really appreciate this cast. You people, you're all wonderful. That's it.
Templar.
So, I am Templar Warden. I stream a little here on Twitch. You can also find me, here for, the device, and today and tomorrow for the big coffees if I'm up in the morning, because I don't know if I'll be up till 3 a.m. today, or 6 a.m. even. You can find me at Rainer Templar on Twitter and Templar Warden here on Twitch. You can also find me on Tuesdays on Call of Cthulhu on Encounter Roleplay. And thoughts on the sessions, I think it was great, although I will probably need to watch the VOD again because, there's lots of things that I think, lots of things to watch again because I missed so many details. So, that was great. I had fun, especially, all the different things fitting together. One whole day of just these special character interactions. It's like, we never, we're going to be dead before this campaign reaches the end, but it's going to be damn worth it. Because it's like one day.
I loved the GIF that you posted. It's like, we're
going to suffer. You're going to suffer, but you're going to be happy about it.
Yeah.
Which is from
that's probably the tagline of this whole thing. Go ahead, good guy. Tell us about you.
Oh, me. Well, I'm normally a very enthusiastic person when it comes to the ending scene, but gotta tell you guys, I'm getting more worried as I'm slowly. Because this is going to be a slow torture. I can tell. I can tell.
Me? You think that I would put you through that?
Yes.
This isn't like going to be a level expanding thing or anything. Anyway, apart from that, I love this group. I say it every time, but damn, this group's good. Like, I love every interaction we have here because everything means something most of the time. Well, actually, all the time. Like, there isn't a moment where I wouldn't say that's kind of pointless. It's just, like, you guys are wonderful, and it's a pleasure, and I mean it, a pleasure to play with you all. And it's wonderful to have such an awesome viewer group. Like, it's great to see such, I guess, enthusiasm now we get it at the end. And the support for the charity is beautiful as well. Can't express how wonderful that is. All of you, and again, just I want to say thank you for all coming this month and all the donations this month. Thank you. I do stream. I'm not. I stream at Good Guy Pie. I do D&D prepping stuff. I don't do D&D games because I don't have the permission from other players. But that's just fair enough. But I do all the prep work on that stream. If you want to catch me, how my little brain works, or my giant brain, should I say? I'm kind of a big deal, remember. But apart from that, catch me at Too Good To Guy, and catch me on the ERP Twitch channel. Catch me, sometimes in the Discord channel when I've got the time, when I'm not doing college or sorting out my life, which is going well. But again, not here for sob stories. We're here for some good fun action, which all these players provide, and come back tomorrow to catch us talking about it, and next week for just a wonderful game. And I can't express how much more. I just take it away, whoever's next in line. I'll be blabbering all day.
Luna is our next one in line.
I'm totally ready. Totally, 100%. I spelled that wrong. Don't worry about it. So, you can find me on Twitter at NNG98. I live tweet things and such, and usually Critical Role. And starting today, Samurai Jack, as it airs, because I'm super excited about it. You also give my friend at SG Keach for Gareth, the GM, a follow. He's working on Cisco System. It's good stuff. Additionally, I'm also in Ty Scotia DM for a different game that used to stream here on Jay's channel, but we're taking a break from Jay's stream as he does his thing. But now you can find those episodes on YouTube at a link that I can't find quick enough. So just search Deitere, P-E-I-T-E-R-R-A-E, something like that. You'll find it. Trust me.
Yeah, actually, what I'll do is I'll start for the folks who used to follow that here. Unfortunately, I have a work commitment now where at that game time, so I will put it in my on my channels doobly doo, so y'all can follow a link to if y'all want to catch up with that. Jeanette, let's hear about you, where we can find you, and any thoughts on the game today.
All right. I just linked my Twitter in the chat. You can find me there. I don't stream or anything except for, here. You can find me on ERP's Discord channel. I am a mod there. Honestly, this is probably one of my favorite streams that I have been in so far, mostly because everybody kind of got to see Celia's sensitive side, which she doesn't really show a lot, and as to the reason why she cares so much about Luna and why she wants Luna to live so much. So yeah.
I was also super happy about this scene that worked so well.
Oh my gosh. When we get to me, I'm going to gush for a while on you guys. And then let's go to Danny. Kel?
So I'm Toonarth in Twitch chat and various places where I watch different people. I don't stream myself. I'm just a guy who happily and luckily fell into this, and thank God I did, and it's amazing, and I'm having such a great time. It's great feeling like I have to live up to everybody else. You know what I mean? Just everybody is so good that it's like, okay, I need to bring it because everybody else is going to be bringing it too, and I'm having a blast discovering this world and these characters, and yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I'm Colin65 on Twitter, even though I don't tweet much. I tend to lurk, but hey, there are lurkers have to be part of the mix too.
Very good.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I am. Thank you. I'm Tall Squall. You can find me here for the Vice at noon on Saturdays with, quite frankly, who I believe to be the most amazing cast ever assembled, because I cannot even express the life that y'all have brought to this world and the things that you do that I don't expect or wasn't even planning for. And this from the guy who's got, like, no joke, 100 spreadsheets on pretty much every possible thing that could happen in this world. And you all still surprise me every single week. And I love it. And it's amazing. And everything from Celia and Luna and, that scene between the two of them, which will be up on a highlight as soon as I get to it. Us seeing Kel's little, wild side, I guess we could call it, his wild side, come out, is just amazing. Luck just so, and this is for you, good guy. So willing to be sort of the comic foil, but so big-hearted and not silly about it. So it really is, not overdone. And then just, Axel and Iska, you guys are just such the heart of what is going out, and that adventure is fun type idea. And especially to Bird, I know I put you through a tough week last week, and I'm really glad that I wasn't really planning on that scene for you happening, other than it just, I went with the moment because I was feeling it. So I went ahead and went with it, and hopefully brought a little bit of joy back to Iska after having, setting her violin aside was powerful moment. And to bring a little bit of good back to the world for Iska. I could see you sitting on the back of that wagon with everything, like, as mobiles and like wind chimes, and I was just like, this is the music that she, from the time since we found her looking at a leaf, it just knowing that song was sitting there, I was like, this has got to be when it's revealed. And so we did. Anyway, guys, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. Please keep coming back. This story is only going to get more and more amazing as these folks take us through it. And guys, speak for me, because suddenly I'm not hearing you, and I don't think the stream can hear you.
Wait, think we just still speaking?
Oh, everyone was muted.
Yeah.
Literally, I saw 3 people were talking and muted, and I'm like, oh no. No, so anyway, you can find me here with these amazing people on Saturdays. You can find me with however many of them are able to show up on Sunday mornings, where we admittedly do a lot more of just rehash of this, but also talk about other D&D games and things that are going on, and sometimes rope in guests as well. You can also find me on Encounter Roleplay, which is a great channel if you guys didn't find us that way, or haven't tried, check them out. They are amazing on both Mondays and Tuesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern. Once again, I cannot thank all of you enough for your support of our charity this month. I put in $200 thinking that there was no way we were going to hit it, and here we are sitting at $439 to give to charity for an incredible cause for spinal cord research, and I just can't even believe that that's what we're about to write a check for. So thank you, everybody, for who's watched, your friends, if you're here now, if you've ever been here, because that's just phenomenal. And on that, I will say goodbye and sign you guys off with, until next time, gather your friends around you and tell a story, because that's what it's all about. Good night, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.